broadcasting, transmitting this beautiful event.
Yes, I think the level of commenting and entertainment won't be anything lower than we already saw because, I already said you're a drafts promoter. You made a lot of streams yourselves. Probably all the drafts fans know you at least from the World Championship matches of Natalia Sadowska.
Yeah.
How did you follow this World Championship match?
At first, I will tell you about my expectations because just after the match of Natalia and Tamara and the numbers we gathered, it was quite a challenge to see the next competition like this because, to be honest, the world title match is the highest quality you can get, the highest potential you can get, and you have to, of course, use this potential to promote the game and to promote drafts all over the world. I opened the stream during the first day and I was really shocked with the numbers, with the viewers watching it. And I really was applauding for you, for the quality, for the great cooperation with Twitch, for bringing the best ideas realized. And made it as good as it can be. So from the technical side, I'm really pleased how you do it, and big congrats from this place for popularizing drafts and for the way that you do it all this time. I know how exhausting it can be commenting all the time. I already told you, Esther, that it is really difficult job, and I think that you agreed. So yeah, big applause, big thank you as a drafts player, as a drafts promoter for the job that you are doing, and I hope this is another big step in the history of drafts that after the match of Natalia and Tamara we make together.
Wow, well, thank you. And of course, now I have to say that this is not all my work. So, for example, sport marketing bureau Touché, they made all the visuals here, and of course the players of Team NL, the other commentators, we have to thank as well for all their thoughts and comments here. And actually, okay, we shouldn't make this too much of applauding to each other, but you are, of course, the big inspirer here. You showed us and the draft world that it's possible to just keep on talking for hours and hours about drafts, even if you only have one match to look at, one game. Yeah, thanks to you as well.
Thank you very much, and I hope that we can inspire each other, and this is the great way to develop drafts on the internet, because I believe the internet is the main source of getting popularity these days, and we have to use it. And what I believe we need, and what I believe that we'll be talking about during next hours, is how to do it, that we need more creators, more content on the internet, because it gives a chances to random visitors, users of the internet, to connect to drafts, to get know something about drafts, and to see that this is really challenging and can be a professional way of playing as a sport.
Yes, and I actually saw Natalia Sadowska and you were visiting a chess world championship, Rapid and Blitz, and I saw that because I was checking the videos by Chess24, which is an amazing platform, and just it shows how great it is to just view chess streams without even knowing much about chess. I myself don't know much about chess, but I like just to see those live streams. And then at once I saw Natalia there being interviewed, and then after that I saw your video about it. So what's this cooperation with chess actually?
Yeah, we have to see that chess is really developing, especially in Poland, after, of course, Queen's Gambit of Netflix, but also after the successes of Polish player Jan Krzysztof Duda, who at first beat twice Magnus Carlsen after his long pass of drawing and winning the games. And that was the first point of really peak level the chess in Poland. And second one was the winning of World Cup tournament by Jan Krzysztof Duda, where also in the semifinals he beat Magnus Carlsen and Grishchuk, I believe, in the finals. And now he's playing in Vaikanzei, if I pronounce it correctly, in Tata Steel tournament. And also he's qualified for the Pretenders tournament. And he is kind of a celebrity already in Poland. Last year, he was in the top 15 sportsmen in Poland with, for example, Robert Lewandowski, that probably most of you know.
Yeah.
So everyone sees that chess is a professional sport with the successes in Poland. And to be honest, the community of chess players is many times bigger than drafts because of the mental view of the game in Poland, and not only in Poland, but all over the world. And after the match, because in Poland we have many chess streamers, and those streams are really popular. During the match, there was played Polish championship in chess, and they had 3-4 times less viewers than we had, and because many chess players, many chess fans converted to our stream during those days. And what happened then? After the match, I received many nice messages from chess players from Poland, and especially Łukasz Turlej, the FIDE vice president from Poland, talked to me just to meet, just to think about the cooperations, and other chess players who were streaming, the grandmasters, the great coaches. We made some common content together, and also now this is the day when I start the new series where I try to teach people how to play drafts, the drafts basics, which is specially dedicated to chess players. It is in Polish at first, of course, but chess comes with openings, and really good way to learn how to play chess is to learn openings. And this is the problem for drafts, because in second, third move you can change the theory that is written down in the books, and still you don't lose the position. Still you have the normal game, balanced game, and everything can happen. And chess players requires and expects that we will show them the exact moves, not to lose the position.
Yeah.
So in my series, I use the openings as a way of explaining basics, like columns, like centralizing pieces, like formations, like simple shots and combinations.
Wow. Okay, that's very interesting. And where can we see this?
On my channel, Warcaby, which means checkers or drafts in Polish language, and today at 7 p.m. it will be published Polish time, but as I told you, unfortunately at first in Polish, I have to check the Polish community at first, but also I have the big plans to go English this year, because like I told you before we were on air, I prepared the special room in my apartment as a studio. I'm ready to make many live streams and also to record many videos, and this is the year that I hope it will be really productive for me.
Wow, that's great. Maybe we can talk about this later during
Sure.
during the stream. And the cooperation between chess and the drafts is very interesting. And actually, we see this in the Netherlands as well, because already today and yesterday the NOS, that's our main television program for news and also for sports. They showed some articles and some videos about chess and drafts actually, and about the physical part in this in those sports. And they actually said that these are real sports as well, which sometimes is a bit of a debate. But they just said no, it is. And then they even had some science proof for it. So it's very interesting to see. And these are all topics we can discuss later, because now we have only 4 minutes left for the game to start. So yeah, I want to know your ideas about the game of today and the match so far.
Honestly, I expected that Boomstra will win it more. That Boomstra will win more games during the match. Because as I followed the match between Boomstra and Schwartzman in 2018, I believe that Schwartzman was just kind of resigned and without any ideas how to beat Rule, because his performance is so solid and so decent that he did not have any possibilities. Even in one game it was possible in 2018 for Schwartzman to win, and I thought that during this match it will be one side for Rule Boomstra. Schwartzman, in my opinion, is a player that is really difficult to predict about his performance during the match or tournament, because still he's winning many tournaments. His still playing level is great. He's 54. He is an absolute total top grandmaster with many skills and with a beautiful idea of drafts. And what I'm really interested now, if he still believes in himself, if he can do it, because the first tiebreak showed us that even in shorter time, when I thought that Schwartzman will be the better one, as he is the 10-time world champion in Blitz, for example, he will be favorite, but he was totally outplayed by Rule, especially, of course, in the one game. And after that, this blunder and combination came in the game number 8. So now I'm really wondering if Schwartzman still believes in winning. And if he believes in winning, then I think that we could see some interesting games in these last 3 days of the tournament. And if he does not believe, I believe that there will be a little bit less interesting moments in those games. And now I'm really curious about the first move of the game, because Schwartzman opened all the games 34-29, and after one last losing after 20-25 and Seybrand's 4 o'clock, now I'm wondering if he will change something.
Yes, I'm wondering about that too, because yeah, as we saw in all the previous games, as you said, Schwartzman always opened with 34-29, and then it was up to Rule to think how he would answer, because we already saw some different answers by Rule. But yeah, in the previous days we also showed that Schwartzman was the first player to change something when he played the black pieces. He had an opening line which we already saw previously, but then he was the first to switch. So yeah, I'm interested in that as well. Would you recommend Schwartzman to change his first move here and play something else? Something new?
I'm not that experienced to recommend something, the 5-time world champion, but what I can see from the matches played so far in the history, there are some openings that are played many times by one or by two sides. I can say that from the theory that was made during the match, sometimes interesting books can be written, like, for example, the one from the match between Čežov and Valneris in 91, I believe, in Tallinn. Because especially some precise openings are played many times, and there are many interesting variants, and they have started already, and I can see that Schwartzman played 34-29 still.
Once more. So now it's up to Rule how to answer, and he did play a new move.
Keller.
He has played it previously, but not in the last. He only played this in game 4 actually.
Yeah.
It's 17-22.
And now it is really interesting. Okay, immediately Schwartzman played 30-28. Yeah.
Yeah. So they were both prepared for this. And now we see 11-17. So.
Of course, they are not playing the standard and old-fashioned Keller variations. Too many theory for them.
We haven't seen it yet between those players.
Yeah. And barely we can see it during the tournaments nowadays.
Yeah, this line you mean?
No, the color line, because
Yeah.
during, for example, the Polish Open tournament, I saw maybe in 1-2 games the color variation. So I think the openings with all the prepared theory are not played frequently now.
And here the question is whether who will play 22. Ah, he did, because this is what happened in the fourth game as well. So he went for this exchange here. So we still have this this same line, and we already discussed this a little bit in that stream of game 4. And
Do you remember who was your co-host wtedy?
I can
That
check
time?
it here. I have it here. It should be Martijn.
Martijn, okay.
Nijsendorp. And I think he said about this that at first maybe it looks a bit passive, maybe to exchange to the edge, but the idea is actually to try to go for some surrounding. So it can be still interesting, but in that game, I don't know if it was straight away, but at some point, Roel played this, and then Schwartzman went for the 2-for-2 backwards.
I hope it will not go the same this time, because then, okay, after all, then we would have a lot of time to discuss.
Yeah.
As I can see the comment of Pascal still, Damian, it may be worth looking into automatic subtitles, but yeah, there is a problem, Pascal, because automatic subtitles are in English language, of course, and few other languages, but are not provided in Polish language. If I had my Polish automatic subtitles, then it would not be any problem, but there are not automatic subtitles for Polish videos.
Ah, okay. Oh, that's a pity.
Yeah, that's a pity. And still, this is the chance for English much better, because after I will make some videos in English language, then Polish viewers can use the automatic subtitles and translate it to Polish.
Yeah. That's a good solution here. Yeah.
So now we have Alexander Schwarzman thinking, and okay, still we have here the possibilities of playing 2025 and trying some locks like in the winning game of Roel Boomstra, but I think that maybe this time Schwarzman will not allow him to lock himself anyway.
Yeah, and it's also the question who wants to play here. Because who wants to take some risks and try to go for a win? Because clearly Roel is just up 2 wins, so for him it could also be fine if he just makes 3 draws and then goes into the tiebreak, and he has all chances there. He can even lose twice. At least if he only wins once, it's okay.
At this moment, we can still talk about the exhaustion of the match, because everyone who ever played in the match will say that it's totally exhausting. And now looking at the numbers, still what was told, I believe, by Schwarzman, I saw it in some Dutch post, but I automatically translated it, that Schwarzman told everyone that he is feeling exhausted, and this is a disadvantage of him, because he is 54 and twice younger, 28 years old. Roel Boomstra sure can play with the better shape, especially the last games. And the question is, we are after the rest day, we are in round number 10. We still have 3 classic games to play. So if Roel will attack here, or just will wait Schwarzman, as he will be more exhausted in the games tomorrow or the day after.
Yes, and this was also something I think Jan Groenendijk stated, that before the tiebreak, the day before, when they had their final regular game before the tiebreak, he actually said he thought that Schwarzman would take some risk just to try to win there, to avoid the tiebreak day, because it would be so tiring and exhausting. Clearly that wasn't the intention of Schwarzman there. But maybe with hindsight, it would have been better for Schwartzman to avoid the tiebreak and just take some risks in the first 6 regular games. Because I think we can say that the big blunder Schwartzman made in game 8 was still of his exhausted for being exhausted of the tiebreak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it can be that way. I didn't see any video, any interview with Schwartzman. Did he explain what he was thinking about when he was making this blunder?
No, he did say because we don't speak the one who loses a game. We only speak the winner there just to protect the players a bit. I think it's not very nice to be forced to give an interview when you just lost a very important game in a world title match. So that's why the agreement was made that we only speak to the winner, I think. But he said later, he said that he was feeling just tired, and then that still tired from the tiebreak day. And now we see actually that Roel just plays the same move. So now the question is whether Schwartzman will go for the exchange backwards or not.
I believe that Roel is showing something like, I'm fine with the results.
Yeah.
I'm good. And if it is you that have to try to win. So show me if you are going for a draw, if you are without any hope, or if you just want to make it interesting and play something else. And Schwartzman quite quickly played 48-32.
Yes. So now we don't see the exchange. So now we can see an interesting game, and maybe Boomstra will try to surround the piece on 28, or maybe, as you said, goes at some point to 25, trying to go for 4 o'clock again. So this can still be a very interesting game. So that's nice for us.
An idea in this position, I believe, will be about surrounding, because Boomstra already has 26 piece. I think that he will not follow something like playing for the center squares like 1923. So it will be about surrounding. Like you told about 28, it can be exchanged then to 24, or just to build something like 4 clocks playing 20-25. We'll see which plan he will choose. Of course, after this move 12-18, he has ideas what to play then, and I'm really interested seeing what can happen now and what did not happen the game number 4.
Yes, exactly, because when he played this exchange with 22-27 some moves ago, and he did that in game 4, then obviously he has thought about his plan next when Schwartzman wouldn't go for the exchange backwards, because I think in game 4 he didn't even expect Schwartzman to go for the exchange backwards. So for sure, Roel has a plan ready here.
That's right.
Okay, always the question is then, in an opening line, when you have prepared something, how quickly do you play your prepared moves? And this is something in chess is maybe even a bigger question, because in chess I think everything is prepared from the opening line. Do you know a bit more about that?
Yes, actually I can compare it a little bit. Of course, I am not the strong chess players, as I have spoken to many chess players on many topics, so I can just share what I know. I know that the theoretical opening in chess lasts about 12 to 14 moves. And in those moves, if you change anything from the theory, you almost immediately get a worse position. And what comes with the preparation of best GMs, because I have also talked to Kamil Mitoń. He is the coach, and he is the second of Jan Krzysztof Duda. He is preparing the theory for the next opponents while Krzysztof Duda is playing one round. He's thinking about the next one. So it's obvious that they try to find new variations for the opponents in the openings that are most possible to happen in the chess game. And once you exactly know what you will play, there are many chess players that wait for minutes, many minutes, thinking or just faking that they are thinking and they are not doing the right moves. And what is the purpose of that? Because of course, many preparations are made with a computer. So after the game, it can be analyzed. But during the game, your opponent have to think that you are trying something which is new for you as well, as for him, and you don't know the right continuations. So yeah, the time management and using the time as the tell or not to tell your opponent if you feel confident with the position is a big part of the game. And what about me? I'm not well experienced on international tournaments. I played maybe dozen, maybe a little bit in my life, and now I kind of stopped playing for other activities in drafts. But as I played in the tournaments and as I had my opening prepared, I played quite fast. And I think that I also wanted to show my opponent that I feel confident with the opening, but it was in the situations that I felt and I knew that I am better prepared than my opponent.
Yes.
To put the pressure.
Yes. Okay, now we see, Roel took a little time and then he exchanged to the center.
So he completely changed what we are thinking about. He's not surrounding, he's just taking the simple play, I believe.
Yes, it looked like, and yes, I can see this is a position which happened before in a game, if I'm correct, between Anikeev and Kees Thijssen. So it has been played on a high level before. So we will see if the continuation will be the same. Yeah, we will see it from here. But I think this position hasn't occurred very often before, which makes sense because I think at this moment the exchange with 22-27 is not a very common move there. So yeah, it's quite logical that we haven't seen this position very much often before, and that's something which is quite typical for drafts. I don't know if it's very typical for chess as well, but in drafts we have it happens many times that after 10 moves you have already a completely new position, although the moves were quite logical. So
I'm just checking by myself, and I don't see it in the history in the base of Turbodan base program. This position.
Never occurred.
Never in my base. In my base, out of 585,000 games.
I think if Schwartzman will play 45-40 now, then we will have that position.
Okay.
You can check if
I can check it.
I'm correct here.
Oh, because I changed on our boards.
And that's what also happens a lot, of course. That you just play it in a slightly different move order, and then you get the well-known position.
But still, after 45-40, I don't see this position in the history of base.
Okay. That's something just slightly different. Okay.
Of course, the chess bases are much bigger because as during 1 year, how many games can be added to our base? I think that few thousand. It's mostly like that, and that time the chess base is 3 million games bigger. I think something like that during a year.
Yeah. Okay, that's a big difference. Yeah, I think now the Turbodan base database is about 600,000 games for the entire drafts history.
For the entire time, all the history of drafts games, and 3 million with 1 year in chess.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's a very big difference. Yeah.
Okay, Pete Bouma found a game after 45-40, 11-17, and 46-41, which obviously can happen. There is a position, that's right. There is one game found in the list, and Yuri Anikeyev, Cass Tyson in 2008, they played a draw in Salou.
Yeah, okay, so in this position, yeah, okay, that looks like quite logical moves. But okay, this also shows, yeah, just what I stated before, that you can very easily have new positions in drafts, and this is something interesting because when I was talking with Max Warmerdam, Dutch chess champion.
Chess champion, yeah.
At the moment,
he's a young guy. He's 21 or something. Yeah?
Yes, he's only 21 years of age. Yeah. And he actually thought that the game of drafts is already a bit completed. So we know everything about it. We know all the opening lines, all the move orders, and this is just not so interesting anymore on a very high level. And this is something I think a lot of people who don't know much about drafts think. They think like this. Actually, this shows that's obviously not the case.
What I have always told about drafts, about how to promote, how to develop drafts, it's not about playing, it's not about commenting, but it's about changing the mentality, because all the world thinks that drafts are completed, accounted, and it works. Because during these years 2007, 2008, when this program Chinook solved the checkers, it was all over the world. That now we have another big step with the computers in mind sports, because we have something like milestones in the history, and we have 1997 when Deep Blue has beaten Garry Kasparov in the chess competition, and it was for him the possibility of changing his life, because from the chess star, chess grandmaster, he became the speaker, the motivator, and the analyzer of relations between human and computer, if I can call it that way. So after Chinook solved the checkers in 2007 or 8, that news was everywhere. And I believe it came to the mentality of all the players. And that is another problem that we face, that we can also speak about. And I have what I think about that, the name of drafts, which is the best known as a checkers. And the problem that comes with that, because many players that would like to get involved in the game, that they don't know what is the name of this game, starts with the checkers. And once you play checkers, then you find articles like it was solved by Chinook and it's completely done, and always ends up with a draw. You don't want to play the game that you know that in the perfect play will end up with a draw. And that is another problem that we face. But it's almost, in my opinion, impossible to change the mentality and to bring the world of drafts into the world. And I think the solution, it's my opinion, of course, is to provide drafts with the name of checkers, with showing the videos, materials, names of the tournaments, etc., checkers, but then explain that this is not actually the checkers, it's international drafts, but it's the only way to find the viewers, to find the people, and try to change the mentality, because we are deeply, deeply in checkers in the world.
Yes, yeah, that's, I didn't thought about it that way, but yeah, that could really be the case. Yeah, because always when I tell people about drafts, they don't know what I mean, and then I say, okay, it's something like chess, or maybe checkers, and then they know what I mean. Yeah. So the name could be a problem as well. Yeah.
I can answer to some comments, because Bominoka wrote that they don't fake about the chess players and thinking long time. In chess, you need to recall so many complicated lines, so you need time to correctly remember everything. That's right, of course, but there are also some moments that you have completely prepared line to your opponent, and you exactly know what to play because you just prepared it just before the game. And that is the moment when you can fake with the move that you know that you will play. I meant something like that.
Yeah, yeah, and I think this also happens even in chess matches. Well, I think both things happen. So also they need time to just remember what line they prepared. I read a book about the World Championship matches of Vichy Anand. And there I saw for the first time how many opening preparation they actually do. They have a team with 4, I think, seconds, and they just are only discussing opening lines and trying to find new ideas. And then during the games, Anand just has to think about, did he remember all the variations in that line, so he can try to play something dangerous. But of course, I think you're completely right that you also need some tactics just to not make it clear to your opponent whether you prepare the line or not. And
That's
I think
right.
we saw that this as well, and you never know it for sure, but I think we also saw this by Roel in some of the previous games, where he had a line they already had, and then he started thinking and played a new move. Yeah, I don't think he didn't prepare that new move, because it was a move on, I think it was on move 10, something like that. Yeah, I think he did prepare it and then just took some time, to not make it completely clear to Alexander.
Yeah, of course, changing at some point, and of course the exhaustment that we're talking about. If the exhaustment of Alexander Schwartzman is the part of the strategy of Roel to use it, of course he wants to create new things, to complicate, to make it more difficult to Alexander, just to use his vital strength and giving himself the chances to win the game. So naturally, as I would be thinking about the strategy for this match, I would advise Roel to change many times, and we can see it because he answers with different openings after this 34-29, and I believe this is more challenging that way for to Alexander Schwartzman. What also is really interesting to me, Alexander Schwartzman says, and speaks it loud sometimes, that he stopped training himself from 2015, and that he is playing only the things that he learned up to 2015, and still he is winning the games. And he told that after the tournament in Tallinn, when he won the world title for the fifth time in his career. Some people will say that he's cheating. That's not true. But
that's
I
always
don't
the question
know.
with Alexander, if it's really true what he is saying. But yeah,
Still, he is the player who does a lot of trash talking. Yeah, he comes to the games. Maybe there is a serious atmosphere about the world title match, but during, for example, the European Blitz and Rapid Championship played in Italy in Chianciano Terme, or the tournament played in Julinek, Schwartzman is the guy who speaks a lot. Talks a lot, speaks a lot, and
it's always interesting to have him for an interview.
That's right. Yeah,
Never know what's going to happen, but for sure it will be interesting.
Yeah, and that's the part of his life of being Alexander Schwartzman. But still, about this trainings of himself, I'm really wondering if this can be true, because also I don't know what to understand with not knowing new things, because maybe he stopped to analyze the new variants and he's just playing the ones that he already taught himself to 2015, or he's just cheating and he's training all the time. Maybe what do you think about declarations like that he made in Tallinn?
At least I know that he's still watching other games, and that's of course also part of training. I play with him in the national club competition for the same club in Wageningen, And yeah, it's always the question when you have such a big, great player in your team with such a great history, 5 times world champion now. Then it's always the question, okay, how will the player be? You know, will he only come there to play his own games and then leave if his game has finished, or will he be a real team player there? Schwartzman is a real team player. So even when he cannot participate in a game because he's, for example, playing another tournament or something, then he still keeps on watching our games. And I know that because after some of the games where he wasn't there, then the next game he came to me and he gave me some feedback about my games. So I'm sure if he's watching even my games, then he will we will be obviously also watching all the games by the great players and all the Grandmasters games. And I think at his level, when you're so experienced, that already is just good training, just to keep up with the new ideas, new lines, and also we see him playing on lead roughs as well a lot. So maybe he isn't training as much as he did before, but yeah, I'm sure he still does a lot.
Yeah, and still he's all the time connected to drafts because he's playing in the tournaments, he's seeing the game, watching the game like you told, and the contact with the game is a really good training by itself. Still, I believe the moment that I improved myself the most was when I started to teach other people how to play drafts, because I didn't train by myself, but all the time I had the contact with drafts, and thanks to that, my calculations were more precise. I saw faster the variants, the combinations, and also to explain something means that you have to understand it well. Yeah. And if you don't understand something, how can you explain that? And also Albert Einstein thought if you can't explain something simple enough, it means that you don't understand it by yourself. Yeah? And also coaching, giving the trainings can be a part of it. And I think Schwartzman sometimes joins even drafts 10 times 10, or I don't know.
Yes, he also gives some trainings there actually. And I think that's something he started just 1 year ago or something, or 1 or 2 years ago. He's giving more training. I don't know if he also probably is also giving trainings in maybe Russia or somewhere else, but I know at least he's giving some online trainings now. That's also something good. Yeah.
I think he's giving some training, so this is the way of training. Ton van der Plug asked, why do you have young grandmasters in chess and not in drafts? Someone explained this. The drafts is more difficult to learn at the higher level. I would not explain that way. And also, I am not the one who will compare those two sports, because chess and drafts, and I'm repeating it all the time, are beautiful mind sports, but different sports, and we can't compare that. We cannot compare the football and the volleyball, for example, but the rules are similar because you have the ball, you have the teams, and you have to do something. Those are different sports, different games. But we cannot say, in my opinion, that drafts is more difficult to learn how to play at the higher level. Of course, it can be understood that well because we don't have so many books, so many publishers of this higher level, and many of these crucial parts of the game are known only by the grandmaster. And for example, till the moment that Aleksander Getmański wrote his book about openings, those openings were saved only to grandmasters in the drafts world. And many grandmasters, as I know, had problems with publishing that game because they had to change what they were playing during the last decades. Yeah, the book of openings in drafts is the most difficult book that you can write because there are many mistakes always, even if you prepare that with the computer, and you have to change it and you have to update it, and also you face the people who play those openings, and there are some parts of the second book of these openings that was published in Polish language, that Alexander followed on lead drafts. And even there, he found the continuations, the surprising continuations of players to update the opening book. But finishing the topic of difficulty, we have around 100 or less than 100 GMs, grandmasters in drafts in the world, and still we have about 1,500 GMs in chess. But we have to remember how many people in the world play chess. Some people say that we should avoid the Grandmaster title or to prepare some new title like Super GM, and maybe it would be reasonable even in drafts. But still, if you have a lot of players more, then it's natural that you have more books, more content that you can learn from, and it is in that way a little bit easier to get to the higher level. And of course, you have the coaches, the trainers. And maybe that would, and also it answers with your question, I think, that why there are not young grandmaster in drafts, because there are much more players in chess. And I think that if we had the chess numbers, then also we would have sometimes the grandmaster at the age of 12.
Do you know what the rules are to become how to become a grandmaster in chess? Because in drafts it's very difficult. You have to reach a very high level, and you have to do this for 4 or even 5 times to get your grandmaster title, and it's very difficult.
Like Zenbeat wrote in the chat, it's 2,500 of FIDE rating and 3 GM norms. But you know what is much easier in chess? There are so many tournaments, and also you have so many more titles, opponents that you can face during those tournaments, that you can play in from one tournament to another, like in tennis sport, for example. So it gives you a chance, if one of the tournament is not going well, analyze your game and quickly go to another one, because of the intensity of chess tournaments. You can play all the time. And also this is another condition to make it easier to be a GM in chess than in drafts.
Yes, and maybe this is also a difference. Okay, you don't want to compare chess and drafts, but I want to, so I keep on doing this. Because I heard that in chess it's very more common to just quit the tournament during the tournament, actually. So if you just play through 2 or 3 games and you don't like your results, then you just quit the tournament and go to another one. While in drafts, this is not common. You just always finish the tournament when you started it.
Yeah, that's another part of it, and still the possibilities, even the financial possibilities, because still as chess is more grown in the world and comes with more sponsors, more money, it's easier to play in more tournaments, and not all the drafts players can pay for all the tournaments that are going on in the world. So just popularity, the size of the community, it gives the chances. And one of our biggest challenges in drafts is to make our community as big as it can be, because the community is the power of the sport, each sport.
Yes, I completely agree. Yeah, of course, the numbers in chess are way higher. And would be very nice for us to have more people playing around the world our sports as well, because I think the sports aren't that different, so it couldn't be that the sport is the problem. I think it's not that. If you think chess is interesting, then drafts is interesting for you as well. So I think it's more about making this clear to everyone in the world.
Sometimes, when you just are active at some sport, you feel like this sport is the best in the world. And it's really difficult to understand any other sport because you just focus on one. And as chess players are really satisfied with the level of the game, with the possibilities, with the number of players, sponsors, tournaments, etc., they can sometimes be polite and say the drafts is a nice game and challenging, etc., but still they can think something else. Yeah, and I had examples like that in Poland already. Chess players, well-known chess players, who told, "Okay, I understand. This is really sure difficult. Ask some questions, etc." But finally, they thought that no, this is just much simpler. Or the questions that they ask, for example, and Natalia will confirm that tomorrow because she will be your partner in commenting this tournaments events. Once some guy asked her, out of 100 games, how many I would draw with you? None. Come on, be serious. Out of 100 games, how many? They don't believe that this is. I don't know, maybe they see some parts like randomizing these moves, and that if you play random moves, you need to have some chances to draw the game. No, it's not like that. It's 100% skill.
Yeah, that's something which has happened to me as well. Just people who don't know the game and they think, okay, but at least I can make a draw, right? Yeah, they don't. Yeah, then that's just because it's not very known. Okay, maybe we can take a look at the
because I see the comments that we don't speak about the game. Of course, we have many interesting comments to the topics to follow, but also we have to say something about the game. But I think the players just slowed down a little bit. Yes. Of course, after this exchange, 14 to 23, this way Rule is realizing developing his long wing. Long wing is to the left side on the board, and to develop this known as the weakest piece of all on the board, which is number 5. And after this exchange, of course, Alexander does not want to give the possibility of controlling this wing, this side of board to Rule, and natural move is to play a 35-30. But of course, Alexander didn't have to do it immediately after this exchange, because the only move that can stop this move is 13-19. And just after 45-40, Rule cannot play 13-19 because of this small combination, the bridge shot, sacrificing 2 pieces and collecting 3 and winning, of course, the game at this level. So he was just safe and sound with making this move 45-40 to build this column and structure on the right side of things, 40-29. And now after the move 10-14, when Rule can go to the 19 square with the 14 piece, Alexander is kind of forced to play 35-30 and doing nothing else on the long wing from Rule, because it doesn't make any sense to play from 5 to 10, because making this square 5 empty gives the white the possibility of occupying this 25 square. And now the shots possibilities comes real with this, with removing this piece 14, and better for white, obviously. So without making any moves here, and also without playing more interesting, because of course Rule could come to 25, making this attacking position for white. We know that Alexander Schwartzman is really known of playing the attacking positions really well, with controlling this 24 square and also 27 square that is known as Pete Rosenburg positions. He also won against me that way in Kętrzano tournament during rapid game, but I played a draw with Alexander Schwartzman in Blitz. He totally crushed me, but in the end he made a combination that was forced to a draw. And he is really great player of this attack, but I know that Rule knows that, and Rule knows how to defend now and playing against those positions. But Rule does not have to win this game. He plays peacefully 11, 17 and telling to Alexander, you are the one that has to win. Show me how you can make it more difficult, or just follow the plan that can be sharp. It's your turn to do something.
Yeah, it's always the question when White plays this move, whether to answer or not. It's always a question you ask almost when you play this move, because obviously when you can play this move, then the pieces here are locked. But maybe the moment comes later. Now we see that Alexander goes to an attacking position anyway. He goes to 24.
He needs it, of course. He needs it. What can we say more? Because there was a tactical possibility after playing 37 to 31, and also chat asked for that, because you give 2 pieces away and collect 2 pieces, but as black pieces cannot attack now 1 to 6, because there's another combination, and there is a use from this column that Alexander made in previous move. You play 39, 33, sacrifice another pieces, and winning the game with the king. But this is, of course, really simple, but you don't have to attack this piece in the first move. And now you can force winning this piece by moving 13 to 19 will be better. And now there is a threat of sacrificing 1 piece and collecting 2, 20, 24. And if somehow White want to avoid this, for example, going from 30 to 25, now you can attack this piece on 11 and win it, and have a winning position for black, of course.
Yeah, that's a very nice, tricky line you showed.
So it happened that way.
Yeah. Yeah, now the question is how to play against this this attack. I think in general it's nice to make the piece on 14 go to 25. Then you have some extra ideas against such an attack. But if you play this move, then already you allow an exchange by White, like this. And now black has an edge piece, so I don't think he will go for this continuation.
It is also interesting part of the mind game between them, because if Rule would play 20-25, I think that still Alexander would not change it, because of course there is a little advantage of White while black is having edge pieces 26 and 25, because you want to be in the center of the board. But still, I think that Alexander feels so comfortable and so confident in this attacking position that he would not exchange. But another part of you is also, I think that Rule Boomstra will never do a passive move like this.
Yes, I think so. I think so too. Yeah, and it's interesting this kind of switch that maybe both players made, because in the first part of Schwartzman's career, he was very known for his surrounding, his playing against attacks. And maybe even this is something which you see, I'm not sure, but I think you see this more often when players just become a bit older and maybe wiser. They switch from playing against an attack to playing with the attack and playing with the center. Do you think this is something we can say?
This is something we can see. I don't know what exactly, but what I'm really hoping for, and I think that it will happen, it will be an interesting game. I think that now Alexander can be focused on 2 plans, because maybe he will make just the column on the main diagonal, try to exchange somehow and play for the center, and the other option is to try to control the 27 to play the Rosenburg attack. And that would be the most interesting and the thing that I would like to see in this game.
Yes. And is this some combination to work with, or doesn't it work at the moment?
It's an idea, but it does not work. But without this piece on 5, it would work, and we can show the idea, especially dedicated to the beginners, because Of course, the tactical part of the game is the most important part of the game for the beginners on drafts. I think that the first 1, 2, 3 even years of playing drafts at the low level or at the low age categories comes to be decided by combinations and tactics. Now, the problem with this idea, of course, is the 5.
Now it will just be
piece
an
number 5.
exchange. But if we want to show just a nice combination, then we should play this.
Move like
this
this.
Move. Okay, it's not a very good.
Actually, now it would be first, with this attack.
But no, here it doesn't even work. No, never mind.
Okay, still we can show that, because after that there is an exchange, or we are losing the piece. 1, 2, 3, 2. No, we lose a piece.
You can take this backwards first.
Yeah, we lose a piece.
So idea too.
That is exchange after that.
Yeah.
So now we just put the piece 13 to 24, sacrifice other 2 pieces, and now we have to take to 11 as we free the square on 33, and now the piece from 24 can take it to the empty space, and after taking all these pieces, we are forced to run away to the corner of the board with the piece 11. But now what we can see, this piece is not playing at all, and black pieces just can leave it till the end of the game, or even use it for some small combinations, because if the white pieces would play something like going to 27, there is a hidden part of the tactic with sacrificing piece and collecting more, and that would be good for black pieces. And what we can see now after this combination, of course, white resigned from all the center squares. Those squares are easier to take by black pieces, and it's advantage of black pieces, what we can see already on the bar, computer bar, showing that this is a little advantage of black pieces. Just going back to our position.
Yes. Yeah, now it's interesting to see how the game will continue, and we see Roel is taking his time now as well. And this is something I think in the start of the match we saw both players playing quite quickly in the opening lines. Well, now already in I think the last few games they start taking more time in their openings, during their openings. Is this something you can remember from the matches, the women's world title matches you saw as well, that the players start taking more time in the openings when we come to the end of the match, or is it just coincidence here?
In general, time management is the thing that I wanted to talk about, and also is the thing that is really, really important during especially events like World Title match. And what we could see, I was really feeling strange about how Natalia did managed her time and how did she play opening, because after all she was spending more time on thinking against Tamara, and got also the worst position in the opening, and then she tried to just recover from the situation and to get better over Tamara. And almost in every game we saw the same, that Natalia was in time troubles, and even if she had some obvious moves, like you look at the position, you see that out of 8 moves that you can make, 7 are not good. You make the 8th one, yeah? Then Natalia spent a long time, many minutes lost on thinking, and finally did not have the time in the end game when she could win, for example. And it was in the game that I commented with you together. You remember?
Yeah.
On the 2nd of May.
Yes.
That was the game that Natalia could win, and also win the entire match. But
that
she
was
lost.
The one with the strange moment, right? That Natalia could go here, and then Tamara just played away the piece on 47, right?
Mm-hmm. That's right. That's right.
Yeah, that was a very strange game, actually.
Very strange game that I thought that will be the last game of the match, and it was not.
I thought so too. Yeah.
Unfortunately to Polish fans, but I think that still women played that games quite calm and peacefully, and there was no reason to spend such a long time as they spent on the moves. And what I can see here, especially in the first games that you mentioned, Alexander and Rule plays faster in the opening, and they are more, I think, convenient about what they play. Of course, they are more experienced players than Natalia or Tamara, as they play more tournaments, and after all, they are better players and higher ranked
Are they
players.
more experienced?
I think.
Natalia and Tamara are also very experienced.
Okay, they play a lot, maybe less, maybe even more than Rule, for example, who was quite passive during last years. But to the experience, I have to mention also the quality of playing, and Rule, of course, is considered as the better player than Natalia and Tamara. After all, top GM from the two-time Open World Champion. So that was also the strange part of preparation with Yevgeny Vatutin and Natalia Sadowska, that Yevgeny wanted Natalia to play a little bit passive in the openings, and Tamara made it just out of theory. And try to play it with some activities, changing forward, gaining temps, etc. And also I was talking to Alexei Chizhov, who was the coach of Tamara, and he told me that they didn't have a long time for preparations. And during last month, before the match, they tried to arrange some meetings and to train, but he did not have time to prepare the openings well for Natalia. So he advised to Tamara just to play without the theory and trying to play the strong, decent positions. And that was the part of the plan that finally worked. What was strange about this match also, Tamara, after all, was 12 times older than Natalia, and the exhaustion that we are talking about could be the value for Natalia. Meanwhile, Tamara is the player who gets stronger with every round of the tournament. He plays stronger in the last days of the competition, and this is the reason why she won so many titles and so many tournaments. For example, in Yakutia in 2019, Natalia and Tamara played in the World Championship. Natalia won over Tamara, and finally Tamara was the world champion. And the same thing happened in 2021 in Tallinn, where also Natalia beat Tamara 5 rounds, I believe, till the end of the tournament. But finally, Tamara was ahead of Natalia. She became second, and Natalia was fourth.
Yes, this also shows the greatness of a player, that you can just keep on continue believing and winning games at the end of a tournament. And I should say the energy is also a very important part of the tournament, and maybe also because in the previous women's world title match, Natalia was ahead all the time, and then when at some point you lose one game, I can imagine that she started to doubt and think, and just had a problem with her confidence. From that moment.
Yeah, that's how psychology works. If you lead all the time, you have two options. You can play safety and try to draw all the games and just to secure your lead to win in the end, or you can just try to make it to bigger lead and win another game. But it requires the aggression from you. And it's not easy to be aggressive when you lead. And also there is a psychology, and I believe that other psychology is for men and for women who try to make it more calm than men, for example, or more calm than young players. Because now when I look at Boomstra and Schwartzman, I think that Schwartzman, if he took the lead, he would play absolutely passive, absolutely without any possibilities of winning. And Rule, after one winning, is looking for some other. And okay, maybe not that much that he will be risking at all, but he gives the chances to Alex to make it sharp, like in this game we can see. Now Rule played 5 to 10. And this move, in my opinion, prepares the move 2025, just not to make it passive with passive possibilities of this exchange in 24-19 that you showed. And now the only way to make it not possible to go 20 to 25 is to play with with white pieces 35. And now it is going to the edge, and it's about making another edge piece that is weak, because after this move, Rule cannot play 20-25 because of this small combination of going to 19, yeah, giving away one piece, another, and collecting 3. So still, I think that Alex will not follow this plan to play 35. It's not necessary in this position,
Because
especially.
in general, you don't want to have a piece on 35 when you're playing an attack, because it's just an edge piece and it can give some problems. For example, if you can take out this piece, then okay, now you can take even 3 pieces, but in general, you can already take 2 pieces. So just in general, you don't want to have a piece over here. But of course, it's an idea to avoid this move. And
So
we already saw that Schwartzman played this move.
Okay. So he's building the column that is making it with 2 functions and possibility of playing 2 plans, yeah, because the first plan after building this column is to use it and exchange 32-28, or the another one is to play 27 while you have covered this hole on 41. And still you can of course make some other moves and wait and see what happens. Game of drafts, just following what you told about going to 35, is about finding an activity for your pieces, because what is really interesting, also the history of Game of Drafts that I've learned not so long time ago, was like that in the 20th century. In the first 50 years, it was about changing backwards, gaining temps for your opponent, and going to the classical positions with this lock in the center of the board when black pieces have the 19 and 23 squares occupied, and white pieces have 32 and 28. And it was all about that. And already the Dutchman player Piet Rosenburg in the early 50s, he started to play completely different. He started to attack and to occupy this outpost, this 24 piece, and he was winning many games thanks to it. And after someone was attacking, then another plans were found out, like for example surrounding, that you can give your opponent the center position and you can lock the wings, and he is choking in the middle of the board, etc., etc. One plan came out, the another one. And now, as in the Game of Drafts, we have many interesting plans. It's really interesting to follow, because if this match would be played 100 years ago, it would be totally boring. Now it is more interesting. And about those activities that we already know, because from the very beginning, when you have the young players, we are taught that we have to find some activities. We have to fight for the central squares of the board, especially those squares that I will mark with the green color. Also, you need to mention not to block other pieces being active. And as this piece 40 has the possibilities in the future to go to the center of the board, from the square 35, he would be blocked by this 24, and would mean that this piece is already without any additional activity. So we want to stay with this piece here. And also that's the reason why Alexander does not play immediately from 50 to 45. At first, it would be the waste of temp, the move that is not necessary to be made right now. And also the piece from 50 can go to the center of the board better than 45.
Yeah, so
just finishing the topic.
This piece is something we discussed already multiple times. during this match. One of the reasons is that Martijn van IJsselnoorn stated multiple times that he really likes this piece, and he told us actually that you can never play this piece anywhere without a good reason, because when you don't have a good reason for it, then it's always better here on 50, because as you said, it can still go to the edge, but also to the center, but also because it's just a very nice defender. For example,
the same comes with 47. Yeah?
Yes.
As Alexander Getmański taught me, those are the gold pieces on the wings, because 47 is the best defender for the long wing, and the 50 is the best defender for the short wing. Yeah.
Yes.
And without a really good reason, don't move those pieces. And also Alexei Chizhov is really known because of his playing with 47, until he's not building the Chizhov's cannon, the pyramid built here with these pieces. Then he moves 47, of course. Then if you see in his game that he is moving these 47 pieces, it means that he has the great reason. And this is the most favorite I heard piece of Alexei Chizhov, 10-time world champion.
Yes. So yeah, it's also clear why Schwarzman is thinking now, because it's not so easy how to decide. Because if you want to fill up this gap, then you already have to decide a bit with what piece, and you don't want to use 49 in a position when you are attacking, I think, because if you have the opportunity to attack this piece once and make this piece disappear. Then it can already become a problem. Just to show the idea, maybe there are other moves possible, but just to show the idea, now if you can get the opportunity to just attack once, and white has to defend the piece, then this piece will be gone, and then you can just take this piece out with playing this move and go to...
we can show it somehow, for example, like playing this, maybe without showing other combinations. There is a nice combination right now.
Yeah, okay, so maybe just ignoring all other opportunities, but just to show the idea. Now, let's say, just again to show the idea, and if you now play like this, then you can take out this piece by playing 1822. You have to take two pieces, and black goes to king. So this is why it's always dangerous to not have the piece on 49 when playing an attack.
That's right. And also that is a good possibility of finding the logic in game of drafts, because I think that if you play logically, then you understand your position. And I also name the drafts as the game of questions and answers. And if you have the solid knowledge about the game, then you can find out what is good and what is wrong with finding the good moves candidates for your position. And now, as you know, as we can think logically about this position, this 24 piece is not the one that will be removed easily from the position. And we can, of course, move the pieces in the previous lines. So if we know that this piece stays, then knowing that combinations and tactics are really important in drafts, you can just try to imagine what are the lines to take to the king for your opponent. And those are more common lines this way. We have these three ways of going to the king. So it means that pieces 49 and 47 are not the ones that you want to move, because it will make it easier to try to find some combinations for your opponent.
Yes, and also the piece on 48, I think you don't want to play it just right away. I don't know if you know it, but Rob Klerk, I think one of his main important ideas for drafts is that in systems with this attack, this is the most underrated piece in drafts, actually.
Yeah.
Because most players play this piece very easily in attacking positions, because they know 47 and 49 are very important, but he says 48 is also very important when playing an attack. For example,
But
to have this formation.
yeah, this formation is really important, what Esther showed, especially if you want to take control over 27. But still, what is really beautiful about drafts game, you know which pieces are good, you know which pieces not to move, but after all, you have to make some moves. So which pieces to move? And we have to find the position flexible, giving us the possibilities of choosing other plans. So we don't, and also another part of the game, we don't want to show our opponent exactly what our plan is. And if we can wait and play the move that gives us the flexibility of choosing in the future, we can just try to wait for our opponent to tell us what he is planning. In this kind of position, of course, why black pieces have a lot of possibilities of waiting, because 7 piece can be played as 1 can be played as 17 can be moved to 21, 22, etc., etc., or those two moves 25 and 14, 20. So there are chances to wait for rule, and I think that Alexander Schwartzman will be the one who will show us the plan for the continuation in this game.
Yeah, so Schwartzman played this move actually. So probably
so we are going to Rosenborg attack.
This. Yeah, he doesn't want to use this this column anymore, because obviously that's not possible anymore. Because if you want to exchange like this, then this piece disappears and black just goes to king on 46. So yeah, I think he doesn't want to use this column, and yeah, as you said, maybe then his idea will be to go to 27 at some point.
Yeah, the moment that I started to learn about this plan of Rosenborg attack was actually the Schwartzman's game from the drafts course of Tjalling Hudemut, yeah? And as an example of playing Rosenborg attack, there was a Schwartzman's game where he played great this plan, and also leaving the piece on 50 and going to piece 27 gives the possibility of Schwartzman to attack 33-28, and he really likes to play plans like that. And the question is, and also the nice lesson for us will be, I believe, from rule, how to defend, how to play it against this plan, and not to let Schwartzman take an advantage in the position.
No, and yeah, well, you mentioned some games by Schwartzman, but of course, Roel also played some very great games in this system. For example, I can remember some games in the World Championship match between Roel and Jan Groenendijk. Yeah. There are also interesting games with this system actually. So yeah, obviously both players know a lot about these systems. So yeah, it looks like this will be a very interesting game today.
I'm really glad that I joined you today.
Yeah.
And I'm really glad how the game works. And honestly, from the beginning, I thought that the end of the match of the competition could be more interesting, because we could be closer to the decisive games, and also one of the sides can be losing and has to try to find something to give some chances to win and to change the results of the game, of the match. So now it's happening, and I'm really glad of it. And I would like to really thank you, Kasper van der Tak, because I believe it's you from the comments, and also NN for really nice words and kind words to me. Thank you very much. I do my best, of course, for you, and I hope much more of content, of drafts content will be accessible to find on the internet. From this place, I can tell you already that I am just to start in cooperation with Gleb Ushakov, the drafts player from Ukraine, the project that will bring a lot of content in English language to drafts, to checkers, because we'll be playing with this world of checkers better now. So just stay tuned, follow drafts medias. I think and I hope that it will be a great place for all the drafts fans to find more about checkers drafts, and to build the better community of drafts fans.
Yes, and now we see Roel played 17-21. And I see a nice comment by Edwin Twist, who always helps us with finding nice combination ideas. So he says that there's a thread by Rule now. Schwarzman has to do something about it, because if you just play a move, let's say this move, you already said this is not the most logical move to play here, but just to show the combination. Now Black just wins by playing 21-27. And this is a nice moment. Obviously, you cannot take like this, because then Black takes 2 pieces. But also, when you take with this piece, you will lose. This is nice, because now Black can take 2 pieces. White has to take 2 here, and now you have to take the right way with Black. You will take like this, and White has to take, and now you can even take 3 pieces here.
Yeah, a really nice idea with using the majority capture rule. That is the part of the beauty of the sport, because also we had in the chat the question, isn't drafts just easy chess? Yeah, it's completely different. Just to tell it, it's easy chess. You know what would be easy chess? I believe the chess on the smaller board would be easy chess. And I know that there are some positions to solve on the small chessboards as the part of tactics trainings. But of course, we cannot compare it. And what is really difficult about international drafts, as you see, is how the geometry of position changes after combinations. Because if you see some combination in chess, it can be, for example, mate in 8 or other big number of moves. But still, the geometry of the position follows not so quickly, changes not so quickly. But as you prepare and make some combination in international drafts, then it's amazing on how many different ways the position can change, the geometry of the position. It's amazing, and it makes the game very difficult and complicated. And also, when we compare chess to drafts and trying to play blindfolded, then we see that even the players in chess who start to play chess are able to play blind chess quite easily. Even I can tell you, as I made a little bit experience for myself, I played about 20 moves blindfolded in chess without bigger problems. And as I am totally amateur player, and in international drafts, it's really challenging to play the blind game because of this changing geometry all the time, to find out all the combinations, possibilities. I believe this shows how complicated and difficult this game is.
Yes. Well, I think we can say that both games are just very complicated. So,
of course,
and if you ask this question about what of the 2 games is the most complicated, then I think drafts player would answer it's a drafts, and a chess player would answer it's chess. So maybe we cannot find the answer.
And we can be over it. We can be over it. And tell that all the mind sports are really complicated. About the mathematics and the possibilities, actually, I think that the game with the best and most possibilities is the Go, which has a few times. I guess the million times more possibilities than chess, even, and drafts.
But that's also when you have so many possibilities, then it's very difficult to calculate. So
of course,
it's not that that many possibilities means it's more complicated. I think in Go, but I don't know much about Go, but I think it's more about knowing some patterns and just playing on intuition a bit more than in drafts. It's more also about calculation. It's both in drafts. You need calculations and you need to know many patterns.
Yeah, of course, a lot of theory, a lot of calculation, a lot of precision in making those calculations, and it will make you as a good player in games. And of course, the years of training. I believe it is not possible to be a pro and top GM in 2 sports, in 2 different sports. So it's, in my opinion, not possible to be GM in drafts and chess. of course, one of the best ambassadors for drafts is Vasily Ivanchuk, the chess GM, who was really close to the world title during the early 2000 years. He is playing drafts for many years already, and he even once resigned of playing one of the most important chess tournaments to play in Polish Open in 2016 or something. And all the chess world was so shocked that he chose drafts over the chess that they didn't understand it. And if you didn't see the video on YouTube, just type Ivanchuk checkers, and there is a finishing of the tournament that he ended on the first place. The second one was Magnus Carlsen, and during the closing ceremony, he's playing checkers 8x8, and he is pronounced to be going to the podium and collect his reward. So it's really, really nice moment, and he is also likable, really likable person in the chess world, as everyone knows that his personality is amazing, and he's so warm, he's so nice, always smiles, and all the chess players tell only good way about Vasily Ivanchuk. He is for us one of the best.
Yes, for sure. He's a very nice guy, and he always is very, very funny. And as you say, he's very known in chess, and nowadays also I think already within in drafts as well. And even Max Warmerdam, when he came to our stream, he also thought about that video. So it's very famous in chess world.
It has over 100,000 views. So of course this video of Vasily Ivanchuk, so mostly the chess players did see it. It makes a really good work for us, and also the fact that the final game of the TV series, this Queen's Gambit, between Borgov and Elizabeth Harmon, and Borgov was the Polish actor Marcin Dorociński. They played a game of Vasily Ivanchuk, the game from the tournament. And also what is interesting, Vasily Ivanchuk was asked to play this Borgov character as an actor, and he refused.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in this TV series. But after seeing Natalia's successes and getting interested in drafts, Vasily Ivanchuk told himself that now it's time to make something like Queen's Gambit in drafts, and to put Natalia in the first actress.
That would be cool. That would be very cool.
That would be something, of course.
Yes.
And then sorry. If I can just finish the line.
Yeah.
And then, sorry, really apologize for using once checkers, once drafts. What I mean by that, I do use it, and I will use it because, of course, you are on the draft stream, and you know that this is world title in match, but also as I want to promote the drafts, not for everyone the word of drafts is known, and also the way of spelling it is not known, and sometimes we can also see the drafts with F inside, no GHTS. So I believe checkers is a better word for the world to understand what we are talking about, and just to make it visible that we have many variants of the game, and the most because I want to unify the drafts world, and international drafts is a chance to unify and unite the drafts world, because on the 8x8 square you have many variations of the game, because you have checkers, which is American or British drafts. You have, for example, Russian, Czech, you have Turkish, you have even the versions in Thailand, Ghana in Africa, etc., etc. Many ways of playing on 10x8, and still on the 100 square board you have one well-known international drafts variant of the drafts. Also, we have the Frisian ones, but they are not that common as international drafts. So I find out that international drafts is the best way for our community to spread all over the world with with some level of popularity of this game, and also to be respected as a sport. And I think that international drafts is the best way, but to provide it to people, I will use the word checkers, because they have to find out that I'm talking about something connected, related to checkers, and then introduce them international drafts. That is my idea of promoting drafts.
Yes. Well, as you are the professional drafts promoter, you should know it the best. So if this will be the plan, I can follow it. No problem for me to say checkers from now. But then at least we need to change the famous website, which is now called leaddrafts.org.
Yes, it's a really problem, because no one can find lead drafts. Yeah, it could be Lidama, as I think for what I was talking about, because the word with Dama is in many languages in the world. Yeah, of course it can be lead checkers also, and they can, for example, provide the checkers variant to the website. But I think the drafts is a really big problem of this site, because it's a great site with great possibilities, and also the chess world already knows lead chess with many users all the time, over 50,000 players on the site, and we would love to have more players here. Because what is another problem right now? If I have some beginner, and that beginner asks me where to play drafts, and I tell them to play lead drafts, where all the pros playing, you lose all the games, and it's not possible to be so patient to try that many games. And at the same time, I go to chess.com, I try to play chess, and I have rating about 1100, which is really low, but still 85% of the users of the website have the lower rating than me, and I can play against the low-rated opponents just to introduce myself step by step and learn more to become better at chess. It's not possible in drafts, and that's another problem. And we need tools, we need places where to play drafts. And what comes really important in this topic, in this place, we have in Poland the company that developed the Checkers app for mobiles, and its name is Chess and Checkers Company. They made a Checkers app that has been downloaded over 100 million times from the Google Play Store and iOS Store. And what is really important for us, we know that there are people looking for checkers, knowing what checkers is, trying to play. Of course, this is not the app for the professionals, because the level of artificial intelligence is really low, but it can make people coming back to drafts or looking for something other different in checkers or drafts world. And now, as they know that there is something, they are playing against simple AI or against players who don't have a high level, there is a potential. There are players, millions of players, that now I believe that we have to somehow convert into the way of getting drafts better, of playing, of learning, of knowing people, building the community that way. That is why I'm 100% sure that it is possible to make a great, beautiful community of drafts players, of drafts fun, because that application was downloaded over 100 million times. It's amazing.
Wow, yeah, and that's what we need. I think a kind of platform where also beginners play there, because this is something I also heard in the Netherlands, that when you start playing and there's a platform with only very strong players and experienced trainers, then it's not so nice to start there, because as you said, you will lose all the games. So
it's okay to lose one or two, but if you lose 50 in a row, please find someone who will be so patient to still try to learn, because if you don't have the possibility of finding out if your learning way is good or not, because you cannot use it because still your opponents are playing for many years and are stronger, then it's impossible to be patient that much to try to develop your draft skills.
Yes. Okay, and we see next move by Alexander. He played this move, 34 or 38. Yeah.
What I can say about this move, this is another move that can be made right now. Of course, we don't have to go to 27 immediately, because of course black cannot go to 27, because we would take to 22, remove piece 18, and take those two pieces. And now with playing this move 43, of course, we go from the wing that is not necessary to have this piece, but still it is one move more to attack and put the pressure on the side of square 28 and attacking 23. I guess that rule played already, 25?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so like we told before, it's not necessary to move 1 and 2 pieces, because those basic pieces can be moved in the future with a special plan. And right now, rule is going to block and close this outpost with, I guess, those two moves. And I think that 27 will be taken, and then the plan of attacking 33-28 will be provided by Schwarzman.
Yeah, because this is one of the main ideas in this system. When you have the piece on 24 and 27 at some point, and black has a piece on 23, then we call this the Rosenberg system. And one of the main ideas for white is to attack the piece on 23. And well, in the first famous game between Rosenberg and Springer, the one you were also a bit talking about in the early days, the early days of this system. In that game, Rosenberg even won the piece on 23. But nowadays we don't see that idea very often. But still, the idea is to attack the piece on 23. And at some point go to the switch. Maybe we can already show that switch as well. So, for example, if you play like this, well, maybe now you have to already to think about this move. But just to show one of the general ideas, if you play now like this, and white already starts with the attack, now black can go for the 2-for-2 exchange here. So play like this, white takes, black plays like this, white takes, and black takes. And now we switch to the system with the white attack. And this is a very important idea why the 2-for-2 exchange is so important in this system. Because as we saw here, at this moment, the attack on 24, you can attack it with 4 pieces. So you can go to 19 with 4 pieces, but there are also 4 defenders. But now, after the exchange, there are 5 attackers and only 4 defenders. So this is one of the main ideas in this system, with black to just wait for white to attack the piece and then go for the 2-for-2 exchange and try to win this piece. Well, for white, the idea is to just have a good attack here, not lose the piece, and then you will just have a very nice attack. So this is one of the main ideas in this system. And we see now at the moment that Schwarzman attacks the piece already here. And I think one of the ideas is that to just take one of the attackers away from black, right?
Yeah, at first talking about this exchange 2-for-2, most of the time the exchange 2-for-2 is not is passive, but in this system it's quite active and interesting and makes game sharp. And now it's interesting that Alexander immediately attacked, because now he does not want rule to play in this moment 14-20, and he requires him to play, I believe, 12-17 maybe, just to ruin this column 7-12-18 to make this 2-for-2 exchange, and also to give the possibility of attacking still with other pieces without moving to 27 if it will not be necessary. It will be really interesting, especially in variants like 12-17 taking. And now if we can play here, because black pieces cannot go to 22 because there will be an exchange 1 for 2 gaining piece, and taking this piece back will be really difficult for black. And now what to play with black pieces actually? Because some moves like 1-7, can it be followed by attack? The question is just to protect it. There could be some ideas, not in this position, just to go to 22 square to after this move to take this way if white will not go to 27 before. So those ideas will make this position even more and more sharp that we had. So I think it's great for us that Alexander chose this attack right now.
Yeah, because in general, these systems are played when the white piece is already on 27, and that gives more ideas for black. You can also start an attack on 27 at some point, but these ideas are all not possible at the moment. So yeah, it's interesting to see this move now already.
Yeah, I guess that we will not see the exchange 2 for 2 that you told about, because I think that rule will choose this move 12-17, and also with moving away those piece 14, I believe this piece on 25 is a little bit weaker, so this attack is nice, because now in this position it will be more difficult because it requires 2 moves to go to 20 to lock this outpost piece, and it will be not so easy for black pieces. Yeah.
No, because now if you try to go to 20, well, if you go like this, then you can already take an exchange by this or this move, and you don't want to allow it with the black pieces, because if you take like this, for example, then black doesn't have his golden piece anymore. Well, we also learned that these are maybe also golden pieces, as you said. But this is
you have one golden piece and you have 2 wings golden pieces. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's golden piece on the short wing, and it's golden piece on the long wing.
Yeah, yeah, and also you have the edge piece on 25. But also when you attack like this, you have the exchange we already talked about, or maybe there's even a nice line with playing this move.
Yeah, interesting.
It looks strange because you can go to a king, but white can go to a king as well, and the question is who will take the king first, because of this piece here. Black cannot take the king, while white has a threat. So yeah.
Now we can explain our viewers, because we used to speak about this main diagonal, and we told you that the weakest piece in the very beginning of the game is the piece on 46 for white and 5 for black, because this is the piece which is in the last line, in the last row of the pieces, and can go only to 1 square, and this the farthest way to the center, because for example the piece 45 that also can move only to 1 square is 1 square closer to the center, so it makes the 5 and 46 the weakest pieces of the game. But as we go to the end game, this main diagonal, which is only 1 on the board, because if you play on the white and dark squares like in chess, for example, of course you have 2 diagonals of this length, and this is the most important probably diagonal in the end games, and this is the only chance to win with 1 king over 1 king of your opponent, to trap it on the main diagonal. And now if we imagine that all the pieces are gone and there are only 2 kings, the first one to move loses the game. So just as a curiosity from the end games.
Yes, and this is a bit of a complicated situation, because black cannot take the white king straight away. For example, if you try to play this, then of course you will take 2 pieces here. But the same is actually for white. Well, you can at some point take the king playing this. Black has to take 2 and then give another piece. But yeah, I think this is a bit of a complicated situation, but it won't happen, of course.
And I think because it's not so often to see positions like that where players have kings and also many pieces, because it's normal to have a king when there is 4 or 5 pieces on the board. But if you have the king and, for example, 12, 13 pieces, it makes the position so unclear, so difficult to play. And I think many of these games ends up with resultative games, with winning for one side and not the draw. Also, what some coaches like to say, if you want to try to win over GM, MI, Grandmaster, Master, try to play a complicated position, because of course it will give chances to them to beat you, but also you will have more chances to beat them. And if you want to be the best one, you have to beat, of course, even GMs.
Yes, that's a very good advice. I can agree to that. As being a trainer and coach myself, I completely agree.
Great.
We see Roel played not 12-17 as we thought about, but 1-7.
Okay. So it means that he will follow to the column 7, 12, 18 just to have this exchange back. So I guess that the plan will be for him maybe. But going 12-17 is also quite risky right now, because once Schwarzman will go, maybe not immediately right now, but after, for example, 41-37 and some 12-17, and if he plays 31-27, there will be some options with sacrifices to pieces here, 37. And now if Roel would play something like 9-40, then 14, then he loses with just sacrificing those 2 pieces. And now we have the free move, because we know exact move of our opponent that comes right now. Oh, there is better combination.
There's even a nicer shot there.
Yeah, with sacrificing here, collecting 3. And now after black still has to capture this piece on 20, the move comes to white pieces, we sacrifice another one, and thanks to our column supported by this piece 47, we go to 11. So, you know, going to this square number 7 and leaving this free square of 11 just to make a breakthrough comes with some threats, and I know that Roel, of course, is really aware of it and knows that, but this move to 7 comes, of course, with building the column, but also with some complications with possibility of moving to 17.
Yeah, but maybe it won't be a problem in this position, because you're just in time to play with your piece on 7 at some point. And what's also important is the piece on 1 can be very important in this system as well. We've already discussed the piece on 50 and 1 multiple times, but also in this system, when playing against an attack, the piece on 1 can become very important, and maybe we can tell it a bit later in this game, because maybe this will happen, that at some point we see this exchange, and then if you the exchange after attacking, and if you're already on 27, go for the 2-for-2 backwards, just the lines we showed already, and there's only an attack on 24 left, then this formation can also be very important. But I'm not going to tell everything about it right now, because for now maybe it goes a bit too far. But maybe later in the game we can talk about this more as we see how it continues. Yeah. Then maybe there will be some point where I can say, now if you would have had this formation, it would be very helpful.
So Alexander played as expected 41-37, just to let him go to 33-27, and just not to let Roel to exchange 27 with activity, because now of course he can use this exchange, but he will be forced to take backwards. So it means that this exchange is passive for black, and Roel needs some space because he already gave this wing to Alexander with controlling 24 for white, and now his task is not to allow white pieces to take the full control on 2 sides of the boards, because once you will have or lose the control on both sides of the game, then your space to play will be limited. And also, I like to consider drafts as a game for gaining the space and the game to gain the possibilities of flexibility of plans, of making structures for formations, and it gives us the better chances to win over opponent.
Yes, and we already discussed that there are nice ideas when playing with the piece on 20 with black, but it's also a general idea in these kind of Rosenberg systems to leave the square open. And then the ideas of attacking the piece on 27 can become more interesting. So maybe that's why who just decides to keep this piece, this square open and just to play on the other side. I expect he will play a lot of moves on his right wing, so on the left for us. So play with these pieces here. And starts to do something against 27 when there will be a piece at some point.
Yeah, that's right. If we have a time, maybe I could make a short self-advertising of
Yes.
YouTube actives. Thank you very much. So, dear viewers, if the checkers, if the drafts are new for you, I would like to invite you to see the YouTube videos and my channel Warcaby, which means in Polish drafts, but also when you type in checkers or drafts, there are big chances that you will find my videos, and also there are videos in English. Of course, most of them are in Polish, but there are some English videos, but also I publish every week the recordings from the live tournaments where, for example, Aleksander Schwartzman or Rul Boomstra play because they played, for example, during World Championship Rapid and Blitz that I organized in Poland. So if you would like to see more drafts content, feel free to go to YouTube channel Warcaby or drafts and see all those videos. I will be pleased if you join us. And of course, I hope that there will be a lot of more English content. There will be, I can declare you that I will be also the one responsible for bringing it to you. Thank you very much for this small advertisement, and please forgive me if I some kind interrupted you in watching this game.
I can even recommend it to see it, and I'm very happy that you say there will be more English content as well, because I already watched some Polish videos, and I like the energy in the videos, but yeah, I couldn't understand much of it. So I'm very happy that there will be some English content as well. And we just saw that the players start to play with quicker now.
It's really strange because normally the opening is played faster, and the middle part of the game is the moment that you need to focus, that you need to find the plan. Okay, as we see, some possibilities are limited, because now looking at the analyzing board, we can see that the exchange 21-27 is a passive way for Rule. 10-14 cannot be played because of the small combination. So two moves to consider is 9-14 and 12-17, because after 7-11 you have just one possibility of moving, and another one will come with the weak piece on 11. So much better, much more flexible is to play 12-17. So two moves to consider, and definitely right now Rule knows that the fight will be over square 27 and attack 33-28. This going to 20 can wait, and even this piece on 9 can be used to defend this 23, so it will be better used here. So the move 12-17 is just logical, and after that, of course, possibility of taking 27, it's not necessary right now. If we have a chance to limit our opponent's chances, then we do it. We can build the column 44-33 and to use it and to work it immediately after our move. Of course, we play with 38-33, and we have the column, we have additional piece to attack on 28. So those moves were logical and could be played fast like it was.
Yes. And yeah, I think from now on the players will start taking their time. And in these kind of interesting games, it's always the question when to go for the lunch break, because there will always be something to talk about here. But maybe I think the game will remain interesting for a very long time. So maybe it's good for us to take the lunch break now, and then we have enough time to talk about everything when
You're the boss, you decide.
the interesting moves will come in. And after this lunch break, Wouter Sitma will join us. He is, of course, a famous grandmaster, and he's also the second of Roel Boomstra. So it will be very interesting to talk with him as well, and he can help us out with some nice lines after the break. So we will go out for a small lunch break, and then we will see everyone back.
Het says thank you, Damian. Thank you very much, and I will be back. So we don't have to say goodbye right now. Thank you for all the kind words that you gave to me once again on the chat. You are the greatest. So big hearts for you.
And of course, Damian will remain, as you said, here for the entire day. So don't say goodbye to him yet. He will stay with us as well.
piece. He doesn't have this formation anymore, so cannot play 32-28. So it will be really, do or die situation. And the last move, 48-43, is quite interesting to me. In the lunch break, I was thinking, why? What are the possible advantages of 14-9? The only explanation I could find actually was maybe if Black plays 9-14, that it's not necessary to maybe now break the position, because if you still have the piece on 14-9, 14-20 is less of a threat, because with piece on 20 you could have some combinations to 14-9, but when you have this piece there,
yeah, just like we showed that if you attack once, when you have the piece on 40 and there's no piece on 49, then you cannot exchange, because then there will be a combination to king with making a gap here on 29.
Yeah.
But now you still can. Yeah.
And we saw that Roel was thinking for a very long time and decided to play 2-7, also a very sharp move, because of course this formation 2-8-13 is quite vital playing against 24. So to say, Black also burns all the ships behind him. You can say this in English. There's no way back for both players.
Yeah.
And now with just leaving this 48, there is a tactical idea, that is not working. 32-28.
Yes, I also saw this possibility.
Now we sacrifice two pieces with leaving this one and capturing, waiting 42-28 and putting this piece back. And instead of 4, we gain 3 pieces, but this is winning for Black pieces. And it's interesting and really nice for us viewers that Roel is calculating such interesting moves like 2-7, because he has to be sure that this will be winning for him. But now just Black pieces take the king and has 1 piece more, even after sacrificing 2 pieces. This exchange works, actually. Maybe it works.
Because I'm thinking, what if the white king takes to 5? Because if Black doesn't do anything, the Black king will be called.
Yeah,
maybe there's the move 18-23 now. No, also doesn't work.
No, even 9-14.
9-14 only works.
14.
As of course the engine shows.
Yeah, right. So after taking with
Such a great possibility to take.
Goes on 19.
And once again, what we were talking about before, if you have only 1 king against 1 king, and it is on the main diagonal, you have many nice possibilities, like blocking king right now, because of course in the next move king can be captured, but also there is a possibility of blocking it totally with moving the piece 4-10 and without letting this king escape.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think many tactical possibilities in this position we currently have. And 2-7 is also a really sharp move.
Yeah, what would be a logical continuation here in this position?
Yeah, first I have to check which moves are actually playable. I think 43-38 already is not possible because of 15-20, 25-30. Black would take to 43 probably. You can never be sure because still the position is very tactical. Maybe white can still hold this somehow. Well, you always have to look at move 33-28 in this type of positions. But the question is, what is the moment to play this? And usually white plays waiting moves to weaken the black structure. Yeah, but we will see. So also 40-35 or 50-45 could be a move because black only has 1 waiting move left.
Yeah, in the Rosenberg system, one of the general ideas is that you play waiting moves as long as the waiting moves of your opponent are weaker than yours. You can play, because this, for example, is a move you don't want to play in general because it goes to the edge and you have this edge piece. Well, as Damian already told us, this piece can still go to the center. But yeah, as long as your opponent has to make some weak waiting moves himself, then it can be an idea.
The move 37, 20, 31, 27 is possible maybe, but I don't really see the benefit of it right now to only give target, so to say, for black to attack.
Is it possible to attack right now?
Yeah, well, why not? And even after 33, 28, I think it was an idea Esther already indicated. Perhaps this is the moment not to defend the piece on 23, but to launch the counter-attack on 27. But also here there is a tactics, I think.
Yeah.
Oh.
Really nice tactic.
Yeah, I think it's like this: 43, 48, now 19, 40, and 39, 33.
So the bridge shot from the other side.
It's and probably white is winning here. So it would mean that black needs to wait another move, maybe 7-11. Or...
Oh, and as I can see, we have the person that we mentioned before on the chat, Ivanchuk Chess, Mr. Vasily Ivanchuk. It's an honor to see you here, and it was a privilege of mine to host you during draft streams on my channel. So it's really nice to see you. Once again, a big word of thank you as the drafts ambassador for promoting drafts all over the world, all over the chess world. And we were also mentioning the video where you played drafts during the closing ceremony of One Chess Rapid tournament where you were ahead of Magnus Carlsen. So it's always nice to host you, and of course we count on the variants that you already show. 15,
yes,
20, and 24.
There's also an interesting question about the current position. He asks whether this exchange is in general beneficial for white or for black.
It's a good question. I think general white likes it, but after the move 48, 43, I'm not too sure anymore. White would have played 49. I would say definitely nice for white. White has all the pieces in the center, and seems like will gain control of 27 and 28 quite easily without black being able to push. And the problem for black is also that you will not be able to go to square 24 easily because of this tactical idea. So as long as the structure for white is nice, I think in general beneficial for white.
But just when the pieces on 49, then it's different.
Yes, this time I would rather do this with black maybe, but since Boomsma didn't play like this, I think he still didn't see enough potential to really do something against it. Because also he doesn't have this formation anymore, so there are less shots also to 48 like this. This is what I can imagine. But it's a good question. It was also one of the moves black had to consider.
Yeah.
It's great part of drafts game that many times you don't have the right clear answer. Many times your answer it depends, and you
Yes.
know, and you have to know on what it depends.
Yes. And at the highest level, it depends even more. The nuances get smaller and smaller, and Jan Martijn Jitse, they already told a little bit about what we do at the training at Papendal. And it's mostly just about the nuances, because we all know the general ideas, the general plans, the general strategies. We all know our thematic endgames, we know them. But what if one piece is just a little bit on a different square? What does it mean for the position? And these are the questions with which we can fill days, and which rule at home also spends his days, basically.
And that's also a nice thing to tell the people what is the difference between FMJD Master and Grandmaster. If there is some book on the market, the FMJD Master is great with that and studies it. Meanwhile, the GM already knows it and tries to find out how to break it, what is written down in the book.
Yes, I heard you talked about the Getmanski's books before,
Yeah.
and indeed, grandmasters are now thinking, how can I use this book? Because my opponent will maybe play this line. Is there a way I can deviate from that?
That's right.
There may be a mistake in the book, I know, and I don't want to tell you.
And now once we tell about this Getmański book, because Getmański's book is about openings, and I believe this is the biggest and newest book about the openings in the world, and showing many different variants. And now even beginners or just semi-advanced players can use the Grandmaster's openings from last decades. There is an option in chess, because many times during today's stream we are talking about drafts and chess and comparing each others, and we know that in chess there is no option to go outside the theory and not to lose the position in first moves, but also about preparing yourself how to surprise your opponent. I know that of course Mr. Ivanchuk is on the chat, so maybe he will correct me, but I heard that some players from the top analyzed the variants, for example, after which moves they get the position worse for half a piece, for example, half a pawn, because normally this is the variation that is not analyzed by people who play during the tournament, but now it's the way for the top grandmasters to surprise your opponent in the previous moves.
Yeah, this is certainly an aspect, and it plays a role, I think, on different levels. I think in this match where the two best players of the world play, it's hard to accept half a piece disadvantage. Yeah. So each situation asks for a different preparation also in that sense.
Can I ask you, Wouter, how does your being second look like during the tournament? How your day starts, how your day ends, how much time do you spend with Rule?
Basically, it depends on Rule. He's the boss, so to say. He knows very well what he wants, what he needs. And during matches like this, tournaments in general, he likes a very tight schedule for the day. So we have breakfast, we actually eat it on our room by ourselves. Then we go for a walk around 9. We come back to our room, dress up for the game, and drive here. And then we just sit here in our own room with Rob Klerk, the coach of Rule, with the three of us, and we can go over latest variants maybe, but also to get the mindset for the game ready. So that is before the game, and in the evening we relax and look forward to the next day. Try to talk about the match in general, how's it going, what is the strategy, does it work, and more concretely, what do we want to do tomorrow. But also, what is also part of being a second, at least in my role, is to represent Rule in our conversation with organizational things. If something needs to be arranged, I will be the one who picks it up, make sure Rule doesn't have to bother about all these minor things, and he can just focus on the game only.
Yeah, so it's much more than opening preparation, as we always hear from the chess seconds.
Yes, in my case, yes. It's also because I've known Rule for don't know how many years now, almost 20, I guess. We're very good friends, so I know him so well that he's able to trust certain things to me. He knows it will be done the way he likes it. So I think it's different for every second, but this is what I do.
Yeah. And,
can we do something with Wouter's microphone, because we had some comments on the chat that people can barely hear what Wouter is speaking?
Well, the only thing I can do is lower your mic a bit
Okay.
and try.
I am the loud one.
Yeah, and I can try to talk a bit less loud as well, and then we can hear. We can just
Okay.
switch on their sound a bit higher, and then I think solve the problem.
I will also
Also-
try to speak a little bit clearer, maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
Also, we saw that on the chat from Vasily Ivanchuk that he will comment Vaikansay round 3 at 9 p.m. Ukrainian time. So feel invited to watch this comment. And Mr. Vasily told us that he barely uses the engine in these games, also drafts and chess. I believe that people are lazy these days, and everyone just, despite analyzing, finding solutions, are good with using the engine, and maybe this is the part of weaker playing, because after all, if you have to analyze everything in your head, it's more difficult, but you will not be always right with judging the position, but still you will train yourself, and you will keep your in shape for calculating well. So maybe that's an option of old school and of almost world champion in classical chess, Mr. Vasily, and world champion in rapid games. What do you think about using engine in analyzing and preparing for tournaments?
Yeah, I really agree with Vasily. Sometimes engines can be helpful, especially if you want to know the truth about a certain position. If you're analyzing, you finish your analysis, then you can go and check it with the computer, because then you still have you're training yourself by analyzing, trying to find the correct variance. Well, within a tournament, if you're preparing for your opponent, then it's useful to use the engine to check some opening lines, for example, because you simply don't have the time to do the analyzing yourself, and then later to check everything. And in general, I think some people may forget sometimes that the engine is just a tool. They sometimes talk about a program as if it is a human, like Kingsrow says it's a draw. It's not really true, because still the computer is a tool, and as a human you should make this conclusion. You can say Kingsrow gives this value of 0, but then it's still up to you to think, is this really a draw? Is this an easy draw? Is it still chances for one of the colors? This is what matters in game, and computer says no. It's a well-known saying. But as humans, also to stay sharp, to train your brain, which we also like to do, you should really think for yourself. And but of course, it can be tricky if you see an engine analyzes and you like to know what's going on. It's very easy to just turn it on and read from the screen.
And now, as we see the current position, the exchange actually came where we already talked about. So maybe it was because the line you showed with 1722, the sacrifice didn't work out for black.
Yeah, there's actually one variant I'd like to show. So maybe I was looking at it. Maybe also one of I don't know if this is the main line, but. So, for example, after 7-11, there's also one tactical idea which also plays a role. This kind of combination. Here it costs 1 piece for white, but since the piece is on 14, it's not clear what will happen in the future. It's quite an interesting position. White cannot go through because then it will be tackled by 9-14. But as long as it stays on 14, it can be interesting.
Yeah,
but there is a forcing with 44 pieces, with leaving here. And I believe that was an idea in the game I saw not quite far ago, with this leaving 20 to 24. I don't remember who played this, but similar position, yeah. With white being forced to play to 10 and sacrificing 1 piece.
Right, like that. Yeah.
Another piece, and we take it first to 15, and this piece will be captured.
Yeah.
But these are
So here-
all very important ideas in playing the Drost sacrifice, as it is called. And do you recall it was in the match between Jan Groenendijk and Roel Boomstra, right?
Yeah, there was also one very sharp game in which Boomstra played the sacrifice.
Yeah.
And then Boomstra won against Jan.
Not that game. That game was a draw.
It's
Okay.
quite a good guess.
Yeah.
But no.
Okay.
So yeah, the switch which we already discussed happened there.
Mhm.
And you were already talking about engines and scores by engines. The score now indicates minus 0.1. Does this make sense to you, or do you say we shouldn't look at this score? As
It makes a bit of
player?
sense because, as I said earlier, 48-43 was played. If this piece would be here, I think the score could be different because just the wing is weaker. This formation is gone, so if at any point if Black could even change to 22 and later go to 27.
Yeah, and this is very important in this kind of game type with a high active edge piece, as we call it. And well, this is even a more special one with those two pieces against this one, but still it's about control on the other wing, because these pieces already make it difficult to control the wing. At least for Black, it's very difficult to come on 24 anymore. So Black should go for the other wing. And I should say then 22 and 27 are very important squares, right?
What I can tell more about computer analyze, King's Row, counting on 27 moves, says that it is minus 0.04. So really draw position for King's Row as well.
Yes, but the thing also with the score is that it gives one score, but it will never say how much it will change with one mistake.
Yeah, that's right.
In an open position, every move doesn't matter so much. If the position is more closed, every move can give a high change.
Okay, and we see there are two more moves played. So White played this move. Seems quite logical because it goes to the wing where the fight will be done. And 10-14. And now Alexander is thinking, and they are on move 24, and both players have around 30 minutes, so that's not very much. Is this already getting a bit nervous for you as a second?
Well, what can I do? We're just watching, and for me the most important work is actually not during the game, but before and after the game. So of course I can be nervous about the result, but I try to stay calm, and it's my task and Rob's task to help Roel afterwards. So
yeah,
can
this
you
is
maybe
interesting because in the book about the matches of Anand, which I mentioned already quite multiple times in this stream, it actually said that the seconds they had their only moments of rest they had during the games, because they didn't have to do anything. So they were actually a bit angry when there was a very quick draw, because then they couldn't rest as much as they wanted, and actually they went for sleep during the games. So we can be very lucky that you still want to accompany us while this is your only moment of rest.
Yes. Well,
can you, Wouter, maybe share with us, because as we know, we are in the final part of the match, and we know that Roel needs one more win to become the world champion. What was his strategy, if you can share, of course, for this game or for the last 3 rounds of this match? Will he try to win his game after Alexander's mistake during the classic time, or he will be looking for the draws and bringing it to tiebreaks?
As I said, Roel's in charge, so he's one of the main guys who decides.
Roel rules.
Roel rules. Rob and I, we give we give feedback. But I think from this game, it's quite visible. I think that he's really trying to win and play for the win. Of course, we've seen in the beginning of this match some very calm games, which Roel tries to make a game out of it, but also doesn't risk too much for that. He will not accept the worst position, basically. But yeah, he still needs to win one game. So whether it's either one of these classical games or later in the tiebreak, doesn't really matter. And, if you play for a draw, the maximum you can get is a draw, or you lose, and it's not very positive. So I think it's better just always to play for the win. If you don't win, still have a draw, and that's it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I will share with you one interesting thing, because I see on the chat that people, after our short conversation about engines, are talking that people should play by themselves, not with the electronic devices. It's natural, and of course during the tournaments, etc. But we are also talking about analyzing those positions. But I visited what Esther mentioned before, the World Championship in Rapid and Blitz in chess that was played in Warsaw in December, in the last days of December. And what is interesting, all the people that were allowed to visit the playing area had to go through the gates of detecting electronic devices and had to leave all those devices before the playing hall. So do you think it's an option? And of course we are also, because it will be also a threat to that someone will use electronic devices as the supporting cheating way. So we also should provide something like that.
I think it's absolutely necessary. I think if we want to become more mature as a sport, e-doping is by far the biggest threat, I think, maybe together with match fixing. But to stay on the topic, I find it quite strange that, to be honest, that still at competitions, even top competitions, there's not always a strict control whether players have actually these phones. As I think Dutch players, we try to always visibly either give the phone to the referee or give it to our coaches. To make it visible, because we just want to be clear about this. That there is no such thing.
And to be honest, if someone would like to cheat, it would be quite simple, because not only the phone is the tool that you need, because you can have, of course, two phones or something. You can go to the toilet, but in these times, it's enough to have a watch or something small like that. Yeah, we had a big problem in Poland with Aleksandra Waszczuk, if I remember it correctly. The girl who was going to the toilet, the chess player, who was going to the toilet after each move, each important move in the game. And everyone knew that she was cheating. There was a commission, and finally the Polish Chess Federation forbidden her to play in the tournaments. But she went higher to the judges, and she won, because the process of judging her was too short and not detailed enough. And it is a problem. It is a problem in chess. It is a problem in drafts. And sometimes we have to figure out, I believe, in this moment, before we get to the level that we want, because we want the level with the great prize monies, with the big broadcast transmissions, and to be recognized worldwide. So we need to cover it right now, I guess.
I think it's just a part of being a professional.
And maybe now it's time to also take a look at the current position once more, because after I always learned that when you have some big changes and there's a new kind of game type, as we saw previously, we had the Rosenberg system, and now we have this system with the edge pieces. It's always important to do new taxation and to think, okay, what's important in this position? Where is it about? So Wouter, you already told us that it's about keeping this squares and for black to avoid white being very strong on those squares. How to do this? What's a good move here? Oh, and we see already a move. Was this the move you were thinking about as well?
Yes, at some point, black will have to make this move anyway, because as I already mentioned, on the other flank, black can hardly play. So yeah, this frees the way for the piece 36 to go to the center, but it's the question whether it will really make it, because black can build this formation. Once white gets here, exchange again.
Yeah. And one nice game which comes to my mind here is one by someone who is here as well, as a second of Roel as well. Game by Rob Klerk. Do you already know what game I mean? Very famous one in the KNDB books as well. But it was for white. Well, the idea was for white against Chichov, the one. No?
I don't know.
Okay, it was the game where he went for 28 as well, and he used this tactic of the 2 for 2 to square 10.
Yeah.
And that gave him a very, very great win over Chichov.
Yeah. This is also one of the main tactics indeed in the position with these 3 squares. Also, Jan Groenendijk has quite some games like this. So already 38-33 introduces this threat to go to 10. It's always quite forcing black, because black can of course not move the piece on 45, so then suddenly has to move the piece 14 to 19, and this gives white some more contact, so to say, to go and attack this win. As long as it's on 14, it's strong, but on 19, it's already not very useful.
Which pieces would you choose right now?
Yeah, hard to say, because both still have quite a good structure. As long as if white can get to the center, then definitely white. But if square 27 can still be occupied by black.
And Roel goes there to 27 immediately.
All right. Yeah. So probably didn't find a way to prevent the march from 36 to 27. And yeah, the position opens up a little bit now. There's a threat, of course, 27, 32 after whatever moves. 22. With a win for black, so white must do something about this. I think the choice is either 38-32 or 37-32. 28-23 is a bit dangerous. But after both moves, it's still something to play for. So with all these edge pieces, it makes every position different. It was also mentioned already a few days before that every endgame is also different with these pieces, just because there are more pieces on the board. 5 against 3 is always more interesting than 4 against 2. Or something.
Yeah, and all these pieces now aren't easy to exchange somehow. So
yeah, exactly.
You always
As
have more pieces
Schwarzman
in
exchanges.
Yeah, makes sense.
And on the chat wrote that somehow we are missing an active role of the referee in this match. I believe this is good for the referee, because the less referee is visible, the better for he is doing his job.
I really agree with that. Yes.
Yeah. Once everyone is talking about referee and not the tournament, then something went wrong.
Exactly.
Okay, and now, what will be the case now? Is it still about controlling on 27 or more about 28?
27 is a bit far away now for both players, maybe. At first, I think it's about this move and this threat again. Like what?
And looks that black pieces have many possibilities of building this column to fight for 27. So I think that Schwarzman will not do it.
Yeah, the position seems still rather equal to me. It's not that sharp anymore as it was, so we will have a quite large, long phase of building again. So I will wonder what will happen with these pieces, whether they will like actually go somewhere, or whether Schwarzman will leave them, maybe go with 47.
It was sharp, but players know that you are joining us in the second part of the game and you are exhausted as the second, and just to save you, they decided to make it simpler.
Yes, Rule looks after his team very well.
So what move do you expect at the moment? Because maybe this is a moment of decision making. If you want to break the white center a little bit, then maybe this is an idea. But on the other hand, it goes to the edge for black.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a move where Roel is thinking about, is considering at the moment? Do you think?
Yes, but it's also a bit early, because if you play this, white might still play 36, 31, and then bring this one to the center as well. I think black will be in time, let's say, something like this, to be there first. Maybe 33, 28 is more accurate. In this line already, we see that. Oh, it's then already here. Well, it's still a question who controls this square. Maybe 36, 31 is too ambitious. And if it is too ambitious, I think Rule will certainly consider this move.
But we see now he kept it in the game and played this move first.
Yeah. And just to show you, also 12-18 might seem like a very logical move. Maybe it's already a mistake, because now this threat is suddenly there. After 18-22, white will take the square on 27, and this is quite a decision, maybe a bit too early. So with 9-13, these possibilities stay open.
Yeah. Now if you play for the shot, the difference then?
Well, that you can exchange, and then white doesn't have this opportunity with 36 anymore.
Yeah.
36 will remain, and it's quite a nice anchor point for black to attack with the eyes on bite, which we also discussed.
Yes, many topics are covered in this game.
Yeah, and also just to maybe show the shot.
Always nice to show a shot. We always want that.
It really works. Starting with 4-10, of course. Say we do. Just make it nice. Actually, you have to close this gap.
Yeah.
And now 4-10 will work at 27. Which also works because of the piece on 36, actually.
Yeah.
This piece can be used in different ways. It's never nice to have it. Basically.
Unless you can use it to go to 27.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. So, yeah, we'll see. I guess white has to be careful also, just to build slowly, see what happens.
Damian, what color would you prefer in this position?
I guess black. Because of the possibilities that Walter showed, I believe that in many games that position would change into wing attack versus wing attack, and while that I prefer black position with those pieces 3, 4, and 14.
Yeah, that makes that makes sense.
Yeah, and if you just look at this piece 14, it stops 2 pieces, so it's
Yeah.
already pretty good. Of course, piece on 4 should also remain. But yeah, we have to wait a little bit before the position gets more.
And while we have some time to wait, I have to answer to NN because NN says that I said that removing the Russian flag was the best example of invisible referee, the moment that made drafts popular all over the world and put us in every media in the world, including Mongolia, China, Brazil, United States, everywhere. Yeah? That was the moment that flag was removed by an organizer, but not the referee, because referee of the tournament was Ayrat Nurzgaziev from Kazakhstan, and he did not take this flag. It was by Jacek Pawlicki. But after all, everyone was talking about the things around the match and not the players and not the things on the drafts board. And it meant that something happened, because something happened indeed. Actually, that Polish and Russian flag stands 1 meter behind me. So still I have those artifacts of drafts history. Maybe someday I will use it once again.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, but you see it with other sports as well. It's not always about the sport. If you saw the news about Novak Djokovic in the past 1.5 weeks.
Once I was talking to Daniele Macari, for example, he told me that if they want to make drafts more popular, they just give outside the information about some anti-doping control of the player, and if it is positive, then it runs through the media. Someone is cheating using not validated chemistry substances in drafts. And no one is talking about drafts. Everyone is about breaking the law. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes your sport needs some scandals to make it more popular.
Of course, we need scandals. Everywhere there are scandals, and if we want to have a community and many players, it comes automatically that the more players you have, the more chances to have some scandal you have. Yeah, and it's part of the game. And I believe that. And some people say that it's not about what they talk; it's important that they talk.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They get their name right.
Yeah.
I see a question in the chat. Who actually are the seconds of Alexander and Roel? Wouter, maybe you can tell a bit more about the team of Roel.
Yeah, so basically it's Rob and me who are his daily supporters, so to say, the daily team. Rick Joontjes is the head coach of the Dutch team. But he's more active on the background, maybe doesn't have much to do with us directly.
And what about all the sayings of Schwartzman that the entire country, the Netherlands, is helping Roel in his preparation?
Yes, well, I think if the whole of the Netherlands would help Roel, it would become very difficult. I can say that the one who does the most preparation is Roel himself, and he knows, only he knows what is best for him. Maybe Rob and I have an idea how we can help him, but it's really, of course, most of the work he does himself. And well, you always see it also during the football championships that suddenly in the Netherlands we have 16 million coaches who knows the best way to play for the Dutch team.
In Poland we have nearly 40 million coaches.
Yeah, yes, and still the Netherlands can beat Poland.
Yeah. So your coaches are more than twice better.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. So as a sportsman, there is no point in even reacting to such comments. I mean, we know how it is. We are professionals, and we focus on ourselves and on the game.
And for Schwartzman, the team, for him, only his wife is here at least.
Mm-hmm.
You never know. In chess, in the last chess match, the seconds weren't clear until the end of the match, and then they make it clear to the entire world who were the seconds of Magnus Carlsen. So we never know. Maybe after the match, Schwarzman will tell us who helped him as well. But as far as we know, he only has his wife here, and he will do everything himself. So yeah, that's about the teams actually.
Yeah, but of course we do still appreciate all the support we see here and there. Of course, there's quite some people who write about the match, who comment about the match, and yeah, we do appreciate all the support.
To sum up, how many people are responsible for organization of this match?
Maybe a question to Esther?
Yeah, of this match, there's a big group of people from Touché. I think about 6 people all the time who are here, who are making the press articles and stuff like that in organization. Then we have Arjan de Vries, who already joined our stream twice, I think, or maybe even more. And let's see, of course, Gep Kos, we really have to mention him. All the nice photos who were made during this world title match are all from him. I think, and of course all the people here at High Tech Campus. It's always dangerous when you start calling people, then it's not to forget other people, but we have the people from the High Tech Campus here as well. There are of course many more people who make the food here, the technical people, yeah. Don't want to forget that, yeah.
Taxi driver.
Yes, now you have to.
And what comes if you take an Oscar or Nobel Prize and you have to thank all the people during all your life? It's a problem. Dangerous. It's better not to win any Oscars or Nobel Prizes.
Yeah. Yes. But okay, we see another move. Does this move make sense? To me, it does, because it's going towards 27, an important square. But maybe it's not so easy to get to 27.
Yeah. It's still this exchange 17-22 is in the cards for black. But if he tries to do it like this, 13-18, then 44-39, it's not possible, because black just made this formation because of a small trap.
Yeah.
And I think that he just doesn't want to be left with the piece on 36, as I showed some variants before. It can be annoying to have it. So even if you can play 36-31 and then change backwards 37-32, it's maybe a bit passive. You maybe lost some moves, but at least you're rid of this piece.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so that could also be an interesting idea.
Yeah, maybe not at once, but at some point.
Yeah, just not to have this stop piece for combinations and for the ice and bite. Now it will become ice to go through 36 exactly. At some point. Yeah. Okay, so that could be an idea as well.
So, Wouter, what are your plans for this year about competing by yourself?
Good question. Well, since the 1st of January, I have an A status again from NSA, so I will be again a full-time DAS player.
Wow, great.
Yeah, it's really nice, and training fully again with the Dutch team, etc. The main focus this year, I think, will be on World Cup tournaments. I will have to wait a little bit for that.
So I hope to see you in Poland during December.
Yes, sure. I will be there. And if there is a European Championship this year, it should be. I think this is the year to organize it again. That will be the most important one.
Okay.
It can also be qualification for the World Championship in 23.
Yeah, it's a bit of a question nowadays. What are the years for European Championships? What are the years for World Championships? Because of COVID, all the years switched a bit. So normally there's a European Championship once every 2 years. But yeah, that now it just switched. Everything switched a bit because we didn't have European Championship the last 2 years. But yeah, I think you're right, and we should have a European Championship this year.
Would be nice.
Yeah, would be nice. Yeah, maybe we can show some lines you think Roel is considering at the moment. Yeah, we already checked something, but maybe there are also other lines he is thinking about.
Yeah, I think black has the most freedom to build the structure he likes. So as I mentioned, there's this exchange, but also there is such an threat, more or less, if white doesn't do anything. He would just lose the piece in 28. So maybe also just calmly playing 12-18 is a move here. It's true that white can go to 27, but again, it's a piece black may be able to do something like this and this. I don't know, now he cannot play here. And now, yeah, maybe this is actually good for white, because now this formation is working. Black cannot play on 19 because maybe then black should play this one first. But yeah, hard to say how it goes exactly. The 7-11 here. Now, other tactics come into play with 4-10 in 1923.
Yeah.
Because of this small formation. So, for example, after 37-32, black can already change the position. Doesn't say it's winning already, but maybe it is. It's threat. Yeah, so white has also to think after these two moves, how is he going to play exactly? Maybe just calmly bring the piece in 49. If there is nothing black.
I mentioned before that important in drafts game is the flexibility of your pieces, and like you say, it looks more flexible for Roel.
Yeah. And if he doesn't know what to do, he can always easily exchange. So I wouldn't say there's any danger for black. Now, this is maybe threatening more or less. So you stop it like this. Move it. So to have again this small change, but black can also still play with piece on 8.
Yeah, so you mean this red is to go to 22 and then attack here. Yeah.
It looks a bit more active for black. If white wants to exchange the piece on 21, it's possible, but then suddenly you see that this flank is quite weak. It's only one piece.
Yeah.
So I think the main thing is that white is just far away from the action. He's on 49, 47, also 44 is not really taking part.
Yeah, it looks like you are close to the center, but the problem is you need more pieces there.
Yeah, you need formations.
Yeah, and that will take some time. So who's probably thinking if he can play the most interesting keeping the pieces, or if he just plays for some maybe a bit more easy advantage.
Yeah.
And we see now he did play this move we already checked.
All right. Yeah, it's just another way of going to 18 and then maybe to 19 later. So after 44, 49, could be 14, 19. But white has to think about this. Maybe some interesting tactics with sticky moves, I don't know, 47, 42. So with the piece on 15, you should always check that. Looks quite
Yeah.
funny what's happening now after this. I don't know. I cannot see exactly, but just let's
Yeah.
play it. So yeah, black has to take majority. Cannot take just one piece. Now has to take again on the next.
Mhm.
So maybe here. Actually curious how it will end.
Yeah, but the problem is
The
you have to go
king
to
is captured.
here.
Okay, it ends badly for a while.
Yeah,
but,
you wanted to stop at 2 and then make black move.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
But there is most difficult drafts rule that you cannot take twice through the same piece.
Yeah.
Right now, your majority capture rule tells you that you have to stop on the square 14.
yeah, so you cannot make the blue arrow.
How many times during your draft's life have you used this for your advantage to make some combination like Turkish coup?
Very good question. Don't really have an example that comes to my mind.
I recall one, but I don't know who was winning. Yeah, I
it
do
was,
know.
It was me against
Yeah.
Jan
Yeah,
Hoorndijk
yeah,
in the Dutch
but-
Championship,
yeah.
and he caught my king with this
Yeah.
Turkish
Okay.
trap, and caught like that.
I once used it during the preparation of Polish young youth team, and Edward Burzyński was our coach those days, and he put that position into the Polskie Warcaby. I don't remember if to remember this Polish paper that was published after 2 months by Jacek Pawlicki. But it is so rare in drafts that it was immediately in the books. And what is interesting, and I don't know if it's fake or it is true, but also in the base of Turbo Database, there is a game from first Polish championship between Stanisław Markowski and don't remember what was his opponent. But during this first Polish championship, there was a position something like 8 versus 8 or 9 versus 9 pieces, and all his pieces were sacrificed during the combination Turkish trap, and he won with 1 king against 3 pieces with this beautiful combination. I don't know if it was fake, because during first Polish championship there were many simple games with simple combinations, and that was the one astonishing.
Yes, well, a little bit of mythification is never.
Maybe, who knows? But I would like to believe that was truly played in the game, and that is the reason why it is in the base of Turbo Database, for example, as the only one of 2 games from this tournament in the base.
And the thing which is so funny about the Turkish combination, in my opinion, is that it is not possible in Turkish drafts.
Yeah,
Because especially in Turkish drafts, then you are allowed to take the pieces each time after you take a piece, you take it from the board. So then the Turkish combination isn't possible.
but we can imagine that Turkish combinations are the ones that are most viewed on the internet, because it's really simple to see many times how your pieces are gone because you sacrifice them, and then with the last final capturing one piece after another is easy to visible for the amateurs, and it is something that maybe we could think of and wonder how to get drafts more promoted with this way of presenting combinations.
Yes, I remember when I was young, a child maybe, it was maybe the only drafts video on YouTube. Kind of from the early days of YouTube, already this combination was there of a Turkish grandmaster. Maybe.
Maybe that's the way.
And we see another move. Was this one of the moves you expected, just to go to the center?
Yeah. As we already saw, White needs to be careful, protect his pieces by going there.
Now we see who is taking the exchange we were already discussing.
Yeah.
So we'll take like this.
Yeah, and we see both players are below 20 minutes, which is maybe sounds like well, not too bad. Every minute you get another remove, you get another minute. But for this phase of the game, it's not too much. suppose you surprise your opponent and he has to think for 10 minutes. Well, then you're already below 10 minutes. If you make another surprise, you can be in danger.
Yeah, and I didn't expect this, especially not for Schwartzman actually, because yeah, Roel is on match point, so I thought he would play at least a bit quicker, just to have always the time to calculate when at some point it becomes difficult for Schwartzman. But yeah, it looks like he's really just trying again to just get an interesting game and try to get his first win in a regular game, and he just isn't scared to use his time for this.
Well,
Do
I
you
don't know.
think they will fight for the last piece till the very end, or just agree for a draw if the position will be equal with more pieces?
No, I think in the beginning, throughout the match, we already saw that they never really stopped playing too soon. Only there was one game maybe which stopped after 14 minutes. Usually you just want to continue, and also to get a feeling of your opponent, because especially in match play, it's interesting to learn about how does your opponent feel, how good are his calculations. If I just play a little bit more, will he find all the best moves?
Mm-hmm.
So it may look like a draw, and it will finish in a draw, and nothing too much special. But in this match situation, it can be interesting, and the little advantages can pile up into a bigger advantage. If you have 3 times just a little bit easier position, your opponent will not feel comfortable.
I want to talk about one more topic, because as till this year or last year, we had some analogies between Roel Boomstra and Natalia Sadowska, because also Roel and Natalia won their titles in matches, not in the tournaments, in 2016, 2018, and also in 2016, the current world champion resigned from defending the title. It was Golubeva and Alexander Georgiev, and now Natalia lost the third match, and looks like Roel is not going to prolong this situation of analogies, and is in favor of winning this match. Do you see those analogies?
Yeah, I think they are quite obvious, and indeed it was quite special that I think it was in 2016 or 15 that both Georgiev and Golubieva resigned almost at the same moment. I think it was the same month. And Roel
Maybe
went
together, they connected on Skype or something.
could be.
Do we do it now? Yes, right now. Let's shake it drafts world. Every newspapers will be covered on the first pages that we quit from playing and defending. Strange decision. I believe there were not many decisions like that in the drafts history. Yeah? There were, of course, but not many.
Yeah. And I hope it stays an exception, because for us as a sport, also coming back to the professional part of it, I think we should have a very good and serious world title cycle, so to say, to make sure that always the 2 best players are playing.
Yeah, but still in chess, there was not so bright past of the title matches, because we had even 2 federations in the world, so 2 different world champions during some part of time, and not everyone is counting the champions from both federations, and there are some misunderstandings in it. But also what I like in chess, to name the champions with the number with what world champion they were. For example, 11th world champion, 13th world champion, etc. Do you think that we could also make it in drafts? It would be nice.
Yeah, why not? I don't know whether in drafts we have more kind of repeating world champions. I mean, Georgiev has 10 titles, Chizhov has 10 titles, Schwartzman already 5. Mm-hmm. So we don't have maybe that many as in chess. I'm not sure actually. But
I believe not that many, because there was an era of some players, yeah, like era of Karpov, of Kasparov, who were holding this title for longer than 10 years, yeah, and also Magnus Carlsen from 2013, at least till the next year. And so he will have his 10 years of holding the title.
Oh, and now we see the players play quiet quickly. Was this the only option for Hullier at the moment?
Yeah, I was thinking of first 37.
Yeah.
31, 27 is threat. It's a threat. So this would be the alternative. And I was just calculating a bit what this kind of position would be. Because it has there is some symmetry in.
Yeah. So black has those two pieces and white these two pieces.
Yeah, and it can become to some kind of opposition structure. I don't know, something like this. Now also these pieces are opposite each other, and it turns out now black is the one to move. Oh, maybe 14, 19. But then again, white can also wait.
After we started an analogy between Rule and Natalia, Natalia said hello, hi on the chat. So hi Natalia. Natalia will join Esther tomorrow as the commentator of this match. One more Polish accent I have, just reminding the chess world titles history. Emanuel Lasker is considered as the first world champion in chess, and he was born on the terrain of Poland, and what is interesting, he invented a game of drafts which was 7 pieces against 7 pieces, but the board was not square, it was in other shape, and it was called Laska, just from his surname, and he was asked about drafts many times, and he told that drafts is a mother of chess and the very respectful mother. So he was also another chess player with great respect to drafts.
I suppose that is in the book of Wim van Maurik and Arie van der Stoep as well, because they wrote a lot about the drafts history. Yeah, if people are interested in it, then they should look at that book as well.
Yeah. We also don't know much about the history, I guess, because it's more obvious in chess. Do you even know in which century, or probably you have some opinion at least, or maybe you know, what were the years of first recognition of international drafts and from where? Because probably from Netherlands, yeah, somewhere in Amsterdam, I believe, from the end of 16th century even. Do you know something more about that?
I pass that one to you.
I don't know many facts, so to say. I know that development of drafts as a game has always been in development, but I think since the 16th, 17th century, the game was played as we know now. Like before that, it could be with similar board or similar pieces or similar rules. I think that was the moment that the rules with which we play the game has been established. But yeah, I'm not an expert on this topic. Maybe people in the chat know.
Yeah, I see that Mausa Libera is writing a book about history of drafts in my city. It's over 500 pages. Wow. So good luck with that. I would really like to be one of the readers of your book. And still we have a strange situation about the name of international drafts, because probably you heard that Polish drafts in Poland, name from Poland, are translated directly as it is like Polish. And there is a theory that Polish meant in Dutch language during those centuries something like strange, and it was the first name of the international drafts. Polish drafts in Netherlands, and was translated directly in Poland as Polish, like from the nation.
Yeah, I know that the international drafts also was called Polish drafts in the Netherlands, but I never heard about the meaning strange or foreign.
Yeah, that's one of the legends that I have heard.
And we see now Schwartzman played this move. So now all the combination ideas with 45 are out of the game now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess the idea is just there were already not many ideas anymore for white here, because it's not so easy to have these two squares filled up. Yeah, I think Schwarzman will just use this piece to go for the center, or to get close to the center. Maybe.
Yeah, or control this wing, because if white plays the pieces to the left side, then there's certainly some possibility to go to 24 maybe as well. That's also nice about the black position. As long as your pieces are on the fourth line, you can still decide which way to go. Actually, this is quite interesting move, 1823. It's somewhat of a signature move for Boomstra maybe, because he likes square 23. Once he has it, you better beware.
Yeah, because it can be dangerous to go to 23 in these kind of systems, because when you are able to settle yourself around this this piece, then your center can get locked a bit as well.
Yeah. But here, if white tries to approach, again, there is tactic is 4-10 because of formation. So one of the main ideas in positions with 15 and 4, and also a reason why even
and 27, that
Yeah,
one
yeah,
you
yeah.
always need as a stop
Yes.
piece.
Yeah, that's the reason why even open positions can be quite tricky and can be promising for black for these ideas. Also, this move, black can already take this at least if he wants. Don't know if it's the best, but yeah. So white cannot just freely go to any square he likes. He needs to pay a little bit of attention. And by opening up the 44 square, it's also already quite a decision, because if somehow black manages to get to this wing, and there will always be a threat of going there. So if I play some stupid moves, maybe here, maybe that, then suddenly black is already threatening to attack this wing. So white already had to make some decisions on how to build this structure. You either weaken this wing, or you weaken the left wing.
Yeah.
And black will react to that. And still with 1823, still black afterwards has a choice whether to go to 24 or to 22. Don't know if Schwarzman already played, still thinking.
No, he's still thinking. And is it a possibility for black to go to 24? Because I always learned that if white has these two pieces, if a black manages to go to 24, then it's always good for black here.
Yeah, I would like to see that.
Yeah, obviously you would like to see that.
So the way to counter that would be to play 39, 34 and 34, 30. But then again, it's the question, maybe black can do something on the other wing.
So let's say we play this this move now. So you mean after this, white will, okay, maybe you also have to check this move.
Yeah.
Or you can play this move, and then black cannot play on that wing anymore.
Yeah, but white also has to take this move into account. More or less threatens to go to 28 and even split the white position a bit more, especially if this move goes.
I would love to see in this position something like invisible move that in one moment Schwarzman will be able to play 50-44.
Yes. The creative players always will look at this.
Yeah.
Move.
If you get a test with combinations, then this is the first move to look at, especially when it are forced lines. Then this is always should always be the first move.
And
Do we
black
have
will
some
react 4-9? Yes.
Yeah.
Do we have something like World Championship in solving combination puzzles, etc.? Because chess players do have.
I think we only have it in youth championships, right?
Mm-hmm.
In youth championships, there are these kind of contests. But we never allow the Dutch players to contend because we think it's better to keep your energy during such an energy asking tournament already.
If it is during some other tournament, yeah, it's understandable. But during it separately, why not?
No,
For
then
example,
it would be very nice, of course.
yeah, in chess, the championship last year, because I'm speaking about 2021, were held in Rhodos, the Greek island, and also Polish grandmaster, chess grandmaster Kacper Piorun participated, the champion of Poland from the year before. And he won, or he was in the top, but he is 5-time world champion in solving puzzles. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's also a specialty. I think there are some players, Edwin Twist, we already mentioned a few times in the stream, who are very
like the
good
creators of different kind of combinations. Yeah.
Yeah, these are
In
also
Poland, we have Adam Chlasny. I don't know if you follow him on Facebook, but he publishes every day a few combinations that he's creating.
Yeah,
he's
nice.
great at it. Yeah.
And meanwhile, we see that Schwartzman is now only on 13 minutes. That's not quite a lot, but okay, maybe he thinks, okay, I'm close to move 40, so no problem. But I don't think that's the case.
I think that Black made quite a decision to go to 23, so now is the time for White to think of some forced lines. In the position before, White could just play on his own side of the board, but now there are some more forced possibilities, I think. So he will try to find the best one.
Yeah. So we already saw. Are there any other forced lines you mean which you didn't show yet?
Yeah, it's hard to really say. So maybe 37, 42. But Black can always play 17-22 as well to block any kind of attack. And then White also has to think about this and, for example, making this column.
Yeah, this is already a big problem for White, right?
Yeah, I don't know what happens after this move.
Oh, there's a nice idea by the engine here, going for a sacrifice.
Like that, and then
very nice idea.
Through the tunnel, 25 and 34. Yeah, all right. So we see White has to be a bit careful here. Don't know. Well, this maybe also forces a little bit because Black has to think about this exchange. It's 13-18, and again, White has to think.
Yeah, because again, you have all these combination ideas.
Yeah, and also slowly just pushing a little bit this and 22. So I think computer still shows this position equality, but White has to play very precise.
Yeah, because as we showed, when we play some moves, then the engine already says it's better for Black. So you have to be accurate here with the white pieces. And yeah, also the line you showed here and here, it really looks to me that Black has the center here, and it's difficult for White to do anything against it. Well, maybe try to go to 27 by exchanging, or like this.
Yeah, now these pieces together form just a very small formation to keep the position under control. After this, there's also 31-26, and then you can maybe move here and exchange forward.
Yeah.
It could be a way for White to keep the status quo, kind of under control.
But if you exchange backwards, then can't you just go to 22 again with 18?
Yeah, so that's why I would like to exchange forward.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if Black is able to. Again, maybe White should also check this kind of moves. It gives away free way for piece 25, but here it's not possible. Also on the next move, it may not be possible. This. Now there's a threat, I think. So it could also be tricky.
Yeah.
But there you could exchange forward, because after all, there was plan of attacking two pieces. So still, majority in sticky move 15-10 was played in this variation.
Yeah. This is the question indeed. I was checking this, but now after this, 15-10 doesn't work because
Oh, okay.
white has to take.
Yeah, because you have then 25-20 says engine,
Yeah, that's very smart.
and
then first
leaving those pieces to take.
take this one, yeah. Because if black continues, white is also on the way to the king. Yeah, this seems like a way for white to keep the equality, but it's a very precise line.
Yeah, but maybe without playing attacking here 40-27, immediately play 47-36.
Yes, that looks good.
But well, the game is already far more interesting than, to be honest, I expected on forehand, because actually I thought, okay, although they had a rest day, I think Schwartzman just wanted to make it to the tiebreak and see what he can do there, and for Roel that's okay as well. But I think this game shows some good news for us also for the upcoming days. Because if we will see this for the upcoming 2 days, then the match will remain interesting until the end. While still, this is the situation that Roel is on match point, so this means one win by Roel will just end the match. They will continue playing the games, but we are sure then already that Roel will be the next world champion. And if Roel doesn't win one of the regular games we still have, then we will see the tiebreak once more.
Mm-hmm.
There's also another idea for black that I think was in the Dutch the championship at some moment. I don't recall exactly, but say like this, white plays waiting move. No, not a waiting move, but maybe the variant doesn't make sense, but it's a small funny trap. I think it was missed in the Dutch championship.
Yeah, wasn't it?
Now 29-34 with again a majority capture.
Wasn't it with Anton van Berkel? Or Terwel maybe?
Yeah, it could be. Bart could win like this. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. And then actually piece 45 is still used for a combination.
That's nice. That's nice.
But I don't think this move makes sense for white.
Yeah,
If I can, I would also have 2 questions for you. First one is because it was the topic during the Magnus Carlsen Jan Nepomniachtchi's match in chess, and they were considering the reason for tiebreak and Armageddon games if the match would be drawn all the games. Does it make sense, in your opinion, to make tiebreaks, etc., in rapid and blitz games? And some people say that if the decisive games are played in rapid or blitz, we do not have the classic time world champion, but rapid or blitz. It doesn't make any sense. What do you think about that point of view?
Yeah, it's a difficult question always. What is the best match format? Of course, we want to see classical games. We want to see the best player in classical games. But we all know that there is a kind of a draw problem at the top. There are not many decisive games, so you have to find a balance. Like, what do we accept? Do we accept to just have classical games with only draws? And what do we do if it happens? I think this format is rather okay, also because the first games in the tiebreak are still relatively long time control. It's rapid and blitz, it's called, but the blitz is still 10+5, so yeah, still quite, well, not too quick games. And I think, as we've seen, the level of the tiebreak games was still really, really high. So it's about the balance. What do we want? Do we want to see, also for viewers, because do we want to see at some point a decision? I think the reason for the tiebreak after 6 games was to force decision at some point.
Yeah, and that was my second question about what comes next for the viewers, because in my opinion, I say that to many people while discussing the future of drafts. I believe that we do need visitors, viewers on the internet, and to make drafts more interesting to them, I think that we need short time games, and I believe that more and more tournaments should be organized in the shorter formats. I believe the Rapid is good, quite good, or something a little bit longer than Rapid, because there you have action, you have many nice possibilities to explain what is going on the draft board, but still you have more mistakes than the classical games. Yeah. Everyone wants to see the mistakes of the best. That's why the short time is so well viewed on the internet. And also an option can be about the classical time games, what we saw during the World Cup, Polish Open, and also in Turkey in 2020, because limited time for a limited number of moves without any increments then gives you a chance to see the mistakes. Like, for example, we saw in the first round, Jan Groenendijk lost to Agata Parachina, yeah, in this game because of lack of time, because many times he played with no time on his clock, and he did it well, but this time the time was just too short. Yeah, and
yeah,
maybe
also it was because of a sacrifice which Jan played, which turned out to be not temporary.
Yeah, that's right. Not temporary. The permanent sacrifice of the piece.
Yes.
that is the part of being genius. And
yes.
and
what I agree. I wouldn't be against changing the time control again.
But would you be for the format we have in the women's world title matches, where you have the regular game, and then if it ends up in a draw, on the same game you will play a rapid game. If it ends up in a draw, you will play a blitz game.
No, then I like this format better. I think the men's format at the moment is quite balanced. There are some games. Well, for the viewers it's nice. For the players it's nice that there are at least 12 games. We already see there is one win. Also in the previous Boomsla Schwarzman we saw there's 1 win. In Boomsla Groenendijk we saw 4 wins, I think. So it's good enough. And also the fact that you need to go to 3 wins is also, of course, very important, because otherwise, if you are ahead, you will just play for a draw, try to get a draw, and it makes it very, very hard for the opponent. But in this format, you still need to win. So it will not help Roel now to play for a draw. He still needs to win 1 game. And this idea makes it interesting.
And what do you think, Damian? Which one is better, the women's format or the men's?
I guess both are interesting, and what comes with the match title, I think it's not possible to exhaust that much the players, and I think that the format during the women's world title match is really exhausting. And even though after 3 games we had the rest day, there are 3 days that you can play all the time, nearly 10 hours, and the last day was something not possible, in my opinion, that happened in Warsaw, because the decisive game was played 12 hours after the start of the first one.
Yeah.
It is something not possible that after such a long match you have the decisive game when you are totally exhausted at 11 p.m. It has to be changed that way. But about format, I don't think that if we have the classic game during the day, we should play more, because it's just too exhausting for the players and can somehow make an influence on the results.
Yes, I think so too. It's very nice for the viewers that when you see a draw, you know, okay, I can keep on watching for another game. But I think also for the players, it's just we also need to have respect for the players, and maybe we want to see them making some mistakes, but also we want them to have to show their greatness. And when they have to play so many games on one day, then they cannot show their greatness at their best.
Yeah, I think it's also nice that here we have a tiebreak on a separate day. It's not behind after.
Yeah, that's great. In this format, to have it on the other day, and Rule played 17:22, as you can see.
Both players now under 10 minutes.
Mhm.
They should have calculated already a bit, otherwise it can become nice.
But I will agree that with this Fischer tempo, 80 minutes plus 1 minute, there is a problem that you never can put your opponent in lack of time. And that is the part of the game, and having 1 minute added after each move just make time a little bit less relevant to the result. And I really would like, especially as the commentator, to have more emotions, and I would like to see the time problems of the opponents. And as many peak emotions moments you can have in the stream, the better it is for you as the commentator. And with this time increasement of 30 minutes plus 40 seconds, it is the first moment, and the second moment is the end of the game. So I really like this idea. And also during the chess match, we had 2 increments, yeah, after some number of move, after another number of move, and then for the finishing of the game. So maybe that is also an idea to make it more emotional for the viewers.
Do you know whether Rule likes the new time control we use now in World Cup tournaments? So the one with where you have, what is it? You start with, for 40 moves, you start with?
In 90 minutes for 45
90,
moves. I don't know actually. I don't think Rule has played the World Cup yet with this format. So maybe he still needs to make up his mind. For me, I like it, I think. It's hard to say. I just played one tournament with this, and for now so many years we've been used to this 80 minutes plus 1 minute per move. So yeah,
you know what was the great experience? Seeing how players changed the strategy during the tournament, because many players, for many players, it was the first time they played that time on the tournament, and in the first round they were thinking a lot in the openings and the first part of the middle game, and then in the last rounds they totally played faster. Everything has changed because they were just more experienced with the time. But I fell in love totally from the first time that I saw this time for the game, as we had many emotions and many great results, like this first round of Jan losing and Guntis Valneris making a draw in a totally winning position because of mistake in 44 for 45 move.
Yeah.
I see a question in the chat now about the current position. There's being asked whether after these moves, so 47, 41, 41, 36, and then exchanging 31, 27, the question is, aren't there any problems anymore for white? So actually the question is, okay, if Schwartzman just plays these moves, then there are no problems for white anymore. Is that correct?
I was in the meantime calculating some variants to see if anything is still going on with this, and maybe there is still something to calculate, because here white has to move. Yeah, well, maybe it's without a problem indeed, because this is possible. 44, after this you can go 28. Otherwise, if you go like this, maybe black has some ideas. No, actually, I calculated.
You can always change back.
Yes, I calculated this one because the opposition is for white actually. Yeah, so I'm not sure what. I see the move has been played now.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether there is anything. Also because black is just 1 or 2 moves too late to. Yeah, 2 moves too late actually to introduce this threat. If this piece would be here already and black to move, then there is something, but
Yeah.
it's too late.
Yeah, so actually black should find a plan to avoid this exchange, but it looks like there is no.
Yeah, no, maybe go to 24.
Okay, so
If
let's try.
if black is not on time on this ping, then try the other one. Or if just white just plays like this, it can be.
So what if we just try the same
exchange.
plan?
Yeah. Now after this, there's just 1 tempo left. So fine.
Yeah, so now black has 24, but there's no piece on 14, so then
Yeah.
there are more ideas for white as well, like playing at some point this move, for example, as you said, after this move.
Yeah, so here I also don't really see what black can do. Maybe make this formation, play for some combination. But at this level,
In general, it won't work.
no.
All played.
Which move?
14-19.
14-19.
Okay, so he's trying to go for 24 maybe.
Mm-hmm. So the question, what happens after 25-20 immediately?
Oh, that's a nice question.
Because if white can play this on the next move, the black center is frozen a bit.
Yeah.
It's like a blocky of hockey type structure. Probably he has calculated something. Maybe just exchange. 23-29.
White goes.
Yeah, and then like this sacrifice.
But now you
And
can.
now the sticky move works.
Play the
Right.
sticky move. Yeah, so you go here, and then if you take to the king, then you are in time to catch the king.
I do say hello to all the Polish viewers because I see Mateusz Lewandowski, I saw Martyna Pluta, the new member of Polish Drafts Federation, so it's nice to see all the visitors from Poland. If there is anyone else from Poland, just let me know on the chat that you are here. It's really nice to see you on this English stream from the World Title match.
Yes, we are really happy to see you, and now you're going to start
Polish?
talking in Polish?
No.
Oh.
As we remember, Walter knows some words and speaks fluently Russian.
Yes, sometimes.
Sometimes.
First one, 4 minutes left only. So
Probably he is thinking about this move, and the
For
question
sure,
is
for sure.
what will happen here, because we just saw that this isn't possible. So what to do then? I see the engine just says 0, nothing
Of course,
interesting
of course.
happening here.
And
And-
36 was
No, he
played.
did play another move.
Mhm.
Okay, so I see the engine indicates you can just play
Mhm.
this move here.
So what you play?
Yeah,
And then maybe just build to.
bring this piece to 12, it says.
I don't know what's doing.
It looks not that simple, it's clear, yeah?
No. Now you have the combination again. Is that the idea?
I don't know because why is the time to.
And now with this move?
Yeah.
And you have to
There is
play a
some,
move
there
for
is
a
some
while.
tempo.
Okay, wow.
Some ideas indeed.
So this looks very strange to play this move, because now you cannot play a single move with the black,
Yeah.
but the problem for white is white has to play first.
And even 50-44 is not good.
Yeah.
And after this 17-22 and white
Yeah,
cannot go
nice.
because of.
Okay, wow, yeah, that's a difficult line to calculate.
But yeah, I think Rule calculated this and saw this as a chance.
Yeah, wow, yeah.
I guess that this is the right example to show why computer will show the draw, as not always it will be so easy for human, because not many people in the world are able to calculate well this position, yeah, till this
Yeah,
moment.
for sure.
But
Yeah.
Rule played to 24.
All right. Yes, I remember several years ago we used to have a day organized for the Dutch talents and top players, in which everyone would come together. There would be just some talks about strategy, maybe the plan for the next year, but also it would be about drafts, and every player could present a topic. So also Rule presented a topic, and his topic was calculating like a computer. Because he showed a position which he analyzed with the computer fully, and it was a game in which he had played a line which won a piece for him, but didn't win the game. But there was another line which didn't win the piece, but would win the game. And yeah, so from this he tried to show us, yeah, that in positions, if you really want to play the best move, you have to calculate like a computer. See, yeah, 31-27, I guess.
Yeah, and already our other commentators, so for example, Jan, Jitse, and Martijn, they already told us that especially Roel is the one who can just tell you in each position without looking at the engine what move the engine will play there and what's the value of the engine there. So I think he made it very well in calculating like a computer.
Yeah, well, that's always the aim.
Yeah. So yeah, the engine says 0 again. Nothing interesting happening anymore. Do you think it is like this now? Because we already said, okay, well, if white is able to exchange to 27, then it could be that white's out of danger, and yeah, it's just totally equal position.
Maybe to move 13-19, because it gives some possibilities for black, because he doesn't have to worry about 25 going anymore. Because I think the only idea black has is to break through. Now white will have to think a little bit.
Had Norden shared a joke with us, I calculate like a computer, Commodore 64, unfortunately. But Commodore and 64 in the name, maybe it's not the random of 64 because of bits, bytes, and just multiply 2 by 2 many times, then we go to 64, but actually it's the number of squares in one of the variants of the drafts. We have the city in Poland, Leszno, where we have the drafts club, and do you know what is the postal code of this city? 64.100.
Wow.
Yeah. It's perfect.
That's a very nice city.
Yes.
Okay, but the question is here what to play for white, because yeah, it can be we try maybe to go for the breakthrough, or isn't this working?
Yeah, well, white is to move first.
Yeah.
As I always like to say, when you have a move, you have a problem to solve. You need to make a move. So just sometimes better just play a move and let the opponent solve his problem. Because now Zwartje has to find the best move. I don't know what he will play, but it's up to him.
Well, the engine just says to play this move.
All right. Okay.
I think it is because of the sticky move, right?
If you now go to 29, white will go to king. And you cannot even escape with the piece on...
2 pieces will die.
Yeah, also this piece cannot escape. So black will have to wait with this move and find the best configuration to play it at the later stage. So maybe here or maybe there.
And we see now that Roel did play 13-19.
5 minutes on each clock. So I believe it's quite safe, but still can come with some surprising move.
Yeah, White still has to think, but even if Boomsla gets to, I don't know, I'm just playing some moves. Even if he comes here, there's still quite a chance that this idea will not be winning, because you need to give one piece. Always, after giving it, you will have to capture on the next move. So White has a lot of ideas to counter it, either by sticking move or something. But even here, you cannot. White will win, of course. So it's hard to say what the practical winning chances are. Maybe Black has some more ideas to play for a draw, but he will really win. I don't expect.
No.
Euroscience is asking Wouter which exercise is good to improve calculation skills.
To go to the World Championship and join the stream, and then to work, because I'm calculating and Esther and Damian are trying to correct me with the engine.
Yeah, that's a very good one. No, you can come back if you want.
Okay, good. No, in general, it's about doing it and being honest, trying to calculate all the lines, then check it. Don't check it too soon. Yeah, by doing it, it's just by doing it. Some books can help, of course. Vatutin has some nice books with calculation positions, which also gives a time for each position, how much to spend. Also, like some 3 versus 3 endgame positions can be good for calculations. 3 pieces against 3 pieces. There are some books.
Playing blindfolded with equal to you player is an option.
Yeah. Playing blind, I think it will also help you in some way.
I once heard that, I don't know who it was, maybe Van Neres or Bayakin said that playing blindfolded, calculating blindfolded is easier than calculating on the board, because in the board there you have the pieces which are distracting you.
So actually, yesterday I watched the stream of Tata Steel, Magnus Carlsen against Giri, and at some point they were saying Giri was losing, and he wasn't looking at the board anymore. It was his move, but he was just looking like this, and it seemed like he was just calculating in his head.
I hope he was, because it could also be because his position there was already quite bad. It could also be he was just thinking worse things. But
Esther, you told me that you saw the video, the vlog from Chess Rapid and Blitz Championship that I visited with Natalia. So there was a moment. There was a moment between Nakamura and Carlsen, and no one was looking at the board for 1 minute or something.
Yeah, and also Nepomniachtchi, he does it also a lot. He just looks the other side, and then just quick look, and then he plays his move.
Yeah. But it's much easier, I say, in chess to play blind than international drafts.
Oh, perhaps.
About comparing, this is one thing that I do compare, and I think it's true. Because of geometry, because of bigger boards, more pieces, and how the geometry changes after exchanges, it is difficult.
And we see now, looking at the clock times, Schwartzman is less than 2 minutes left here. So yeah, he should make a move rather quickly. What do you think? Does this indicate he's in trouble here?
Hard to say. He also often talks about his intuition, and his intuition will certainly say that he doesn't have much problems here. Just like in the, I think,
he reaches for the 27. No, he went to 28.
All right, that's quite a decision. So I guess he calculated this well.
Well, maybe talking about intuition, it's logical, because this looks okay. Now you have the trick here, but you should keep the trick all the time. So it looks a bit dangerous, maybe.
Yeah, but on the other side, on the other hand, is on 33 is one of your defenders of this wing, so you play away your defender.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I wonder what will follow exactly after 29. Maybe just exchange backwards, because after 24, 29, white can also play here, and after continuing, you can always sacrifice.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, what's that line worth?
Yeah, maybe.
Looks like a little advantage of black, but too small advantage to win.
Yeah, black
especially for a scan judgment, because you see and know that scan has troubles in end games, yeah, to show it correctly what is the result.
Maybe like white can go backwards, or maybe just make a king. Of course, black can go to some end game.
Interesting how much time will Rule spend on the move, but he is already moving his hand. I like the moment when you know that you can be 2 minutes away from knowing the new world champion.
Yeah. Yes, and this is actually what happens, and now the exchange backwards. Yeah, and from these kind of moments when you have these end games, then the engine really doesn't tell us the complete story. And yeah, minus 0.6 it says now, that yeah, it's not so clear what this means, I think.
Oh, it means good news for black.
Yeah.
Also, one of the things is that after 24, 29, another logical move more or less is to go to 39. But then you can go in between still, even though there is the sticky move, because you can catch the king.
Ah, yeah.
Probably still a draw, because the white pieces are too far. It's something to, well, to catch.
Oh, and they're playing quickly now, as I see.
Yeah, they went through this line.
Yeah.
Oh, take a quick toilet break.
Yep, yep. Okay, so probably after this move, the sticky move will follow.
The king can be captured immediately.
Yeah, this is what Wouter showed, but even the engines showed you can also just play this move and continue the play. Looks a bit dangerous against the king, but yeah.
That's the thing to consider, yeah, because, okay, you have 2 pieces more and you cannot capture the opponent's king, but then there's always more chances to take the risk of blunder, of bad move, of mistake, and losing the game, which can be really important for the result of the match. So I don't think that Rule would take that risk just to find the draw in the end game. So
yeah,
I think that he would go immediately for it.
On the other hand, this piece is quite close to a king, so you can even go here and then at some point give 2 pieces and go for the king yourself.
Yeah, he attacked and proposed the draw, okay. And they agreed. So the game is finished and the game ended up with a draw. Okay.
Well, I think we can say we were quite lucky today with this game. Was a very interesting game, starting with the Rosenberg attack and then continuing with this play with edge pieces. And yeah, I think both players played very interesting. So that's very nice for us as viewers as well. And yeah.
As a conclusion, we can say that a draw is not equal to another draw. You can see the drawed game by just exchanging pieces all the time, or you can see the draw after exciting game with many different turns of action. And maybe we did not have the turns right in this game, but we had quite interesting game where we could tell you about different
So hello everyone once again. We are back and together with Alexander Schwartzman. Hello.
Hello.
So how are you doing?
Very well.
You're happy about your game of today?
Yes, maybe it was the best game of all time on this match. I mean,
Do you think that you had any chances to be favorite in this game after opening and after Rosenborg attack? You are really known and famous of this attack because, for example, in Kętrzano Terme, you totally crushed me in this attack. So I know how well you play it. You thought that there will be some chances of sharp game?
but I think he played very careful. Or is he can get problem? Yes, because it was. I show you some variants. I think I play very well. Maybe he was surprised.
Yeah, please show us some
Yeah,
light. We're
okay,
very
in
interested.
this position I don't change, so I make some other plan because I feel good, okay. And he not going really for attack. He was waiting for me, but I still make one active move. And so, and here I was not afraid of something, but what? It was something. Like this, yeah, for example. Yeah, for example, if play here, yes, this, go 27, for example. So, how you play? 7, 11, 7, 12?
Yeah.
7, so then it change like this. I think you go so. And now you get 10, and this is probably bad. I don't know. And then so, and then maybe change to 1, not to 2. So, but I don't know, but maybe.
Yeah,
I think
very
tomorrow.
nice idea.
I think they till after tomorrow the team of Bombster will lose this and then replace something. It's okay. Something was possible, maybe possible. That was important. That's why this move, yeah, it was let's say aggressive. Yeah, he is. I can play this, and then I didn't. And now, Rook has only one move. Probably the rest will lose. Because if he wait like this, then there is combination.
Ah, that's nice.
Yeah, that's nice, but why he didn't play?
Yeah.
That's a problem. Tuk. Okay.
It looks a bit like the combination in.
Yeah, but so
Maybe that's why.
maybe
it's
it
so
was agreement to play one game this, one game this. So yes, that's interesting position. Mostly I like that position for black, and Rule for sure likes this position for black. He played many like this. But now very important that my piece is on 50, not on 45. So I don't lose this tempo. And yes, about this position. What is the idea? Idea of white attack 23 and keep center with not go now to 27 later. Idea of black, just organize attack on this flank or maybe or potential 27 because probably later I must go to 27. So I like this position. But not much I play for white. So he played 25 because always I go 28 and then 33 from 38 to 33. That's why I start attack. Yeah, because this is not good because then he goes so, then he easy attack, then he give me piece to 19 and then this piece going to 22.
Yeah.
And this is really bad and easy for him. So for me important, I don't must lose tempo to go to 27 now. Yeah, I think 170. Yeah. Yes, it looks like he was ready to change all pieces. For example, for some 49 maybe. and then he gets this. But I don't want to give him this. And like I said, this is bad move, so I make this move. And if he do now, then I take so. And after this, so I think it's more active for me. I like for white. He has no piece on one or some. Yeah, he played 17. Now again, good move. Yeah, but of course it's easy because this is really. I think this is losing already. It looks position active, but this position is very bad because I have no idea what to do. After this, he taking piece, and then it's finished. I think very bad position. So that's why I make. That's why I must again make formation. If he goes 22, I take a piece. Yes, and he is the most interesting moment.
Yeah, this was a very special move. We didn't expect that move actually.
This was the best move.
But we didn't know that.
Oh,
Why is this the best move here?
what else?
Maybe go with 49. 49? Is that possible as well?
Yes, but 49, it's possible. But here he has two possibilities. He can first change and then take a piece, and my structure here not really very good.
You mean change like this?
Yes,
Exchange,
and back.
yeah. Okay.
Or he can go here. And now I cannot go to 27 and to 22, what was possible after 48. And now it's.
So you mean if you have this position, then you can play like this and this?
Yes, of
Okay.
course.
Yeah.
And now it's something else. I don't know what is it, what's a computer, but this is scan is very stupid, but okay. I don't know, but about this I was not sure. And anyway, he can always change 2 against 2. No. This I play, how to say, more hard. I think this move much more harder. And now I show you, if he don't change, then he get but not so good position, probably.
So you expected the changing of rule?
I think first he played 2-7.
Yeah.
First he played 2-7 because yes, if he plays this, then I this, and after this I go here, take 2, then I take 2 here, then he can. Yeah, it's possible, but I think, I don't know, to 32, to 33, it's both is. It's better for me because he has no piece on 2 and I have piece on 24. So yes, that's important. Yes, and he did, after long thinking, he did nice move, 2-7. Yes?
Yeah. We were thinking about this this combination, but it didn't work out.
I think not.
No.
It's, yes. And yes. And now it's, well, I calculate something, but this idea to go 22 and then I must change to 27 and he will give offer, for example, I see something, but I don't remember what I see. What I play? I play 27, yes.
Yeah.
Because if attack is not going really, just because one combination is not going, only one. Because if I change, he going 12, 17, and this is not yes, not working. Or maybe I missed some. No, I didn't see. And then I take to he catching my down.
Yeah, okay, so if you can go to a king here, but the problem is there's already this sketchy formation.
Yes. Because if not this variant, then maybe very good for me. But I like this position with 24. I remember even Balyakin one time say to people, never play with Schwarzman this position at 24. But okay, rule of course is very good. Yeah, and if it is not, if it is again, in my opinion, if it is not going, then he must make even 7-12 is good because I have no majority. Because no, I have majority.
You have the majors. Yeah.
Then 7-11, no combination, which is possible in some other variant. I show you now another. Yes, and this is again very bad. Looks like because this is yes. But yes, this game was a lot of good things. So I played 27, and now he changed. Why he changed? Because this move is bad. Now, I think so. And this is very nice position because I attack, and he has no good tempo. If now tempo of, if now move white, I think he's losing again. So, but now move black. And now black get real big problems.
Yeah, so logical
What they
waiting
must
rook looks
do.
like this, maybe?
Yes. And this is very logical move now for white. But we both knew this idea.
Yeah, majority rule again.
So, yeah, that's how we both see, unfortunately.
Yeah, very, very
He must
nice
take
idea.
3, yes.
Is this a well-known idea?
Huh?
Is it a well-known idea?
You know, all top grandmaster must know all know. Yeah, of course, it's known idea because it's from standard position, standard schema position, and like this. And I have only one piece less, so it's winning because he has no piece on 2. He never can do something with 2-7, 7-11. So I always make done when I want. And what else? Because if you change, that's bad. Because here, yes, and then no piece on 2, that's bad position because I have 24.
Again, yeah.
Yes.
And 7-12, then you have the same
And after
idea.
7-12, it's losing because he never do this because this.
Yeah. So you have to take 2 and then.
Of course, I know this idea. Yeah, that's nice. But if, for example, now move white and take it to 17-22, I think no combination. Then black win. Yeah, he can play this, but this is already, I think. It's possible this even. Okay. No, but I think it's. Even I can play 42, and then he has only move 7-11. I can. No, I can do. I think it's. I don't know. Must look what's to do. Maybe it's also not really so bad. But for sure, for me it's okay. At least I can play so. Because I cannot do this, because it's changed to against 2. And then when I change 29, he take my piece. But okay. No combination, no, okay, that was so.
Yeah, but very nice ideas here.
2-7, yes.
There was no option to avoid
what you
this
said?
exchange?
Huh?
There was no option to avoid this exchange? For example, is it something like 40-35?
No, 7-11. I see some option. For example, this. I have good, nice move. Also,
Oh.
yeah. This combination is losing because I take this, and again you must take majority 4 to 20.
Ah, yeah, that's very nice. So you want to go to a king
Right.
here, there or there, but you have to take 4 pieces
Yes,
now.
and I take 2. Yeah,
Go like
yes,
this.
Yeah.
And then you take this to the king. Ooh, that's nice.
It's, I see this. But no, it was possible, but you always have this idea. And with this piece, okay, if I take this, it's possible because he has no piece on. Maybe even it's better than in game, you know. But I still hope. But he's also active on this flank. A little. I think this position may be even better for me. I don't know, because still he has no piece on 2. He's active, but if I go, but I was thinking, hope maybe he don't do this change. So maybe it was possibility to do this. And I think then, yes, this good move to 7 looks risky, but well, yeah. And if I attack, he changed, and again 7-11 with these ideas. Yeah. What? Or now here 7-11, and I don't have. Now is problem. Then there is my move. If I attack, he change, and then it's bring nothing. Even so that was possibility forcing like this. Yeah, it was. I think to take here looks not so nice. Better take this, and I think he has no other choice. Yeah. I was thinking about this, but I don't know. Maybe it was more hard. Than in game. But okay, that's.
So in the game, actually, you hoped he wouldn't go for the exchange, and then you had a very nice position.
Maybe now, what I think now, maybe this is better to try to get center and then but rules like such position very much also for black. Yes, and I give him not so. I think this is very special move 48, 43, and then this, and then he must change the. But unfortunately for white, it's even not advantage. Sometimes this piece help white, but now.
This piece?
Yes, so some change or some other idea. Yeah, now of course I prefer to have piece to 48.
Yeah.
But it's too late. So.
It's not possible to have all the pieces in all the variants.
Yes, so for in one variant this, in one variant this. Yes, that's. Yes, but he was also interesting. Of course, this is probably I must change. This position, well, maybe this good move, I think. Always, if black get center, so I play hard, or maybe 20 to take 27, but now not. So he changed. I was thinking some interesting variant, but later I decided it's too risky. For example, so no, that's because I see he is the first to take my piece. But I don't know. No, maybe he goes 29, or I decide don't do this because it's what's a computer?
Yeah, better for black, it says.
Yeah, I think also because too much choice for black. But in some variant, I go here, but if he take attack, then I go to 10. I don't know what this is. Even so, this I don't know.
Yeah.
But if, for example, maybe it's good for super blitz.
Yeah.
If he has no time and then something, but yeah, that's. Anyway, black has too much choice here. For example, I see like this. Yeah, I saw some variants, man. Because no, and then I'm not in time. So, and this already anyway better for him because I cannot do this. So I must give 2 piece. So no, it's
Yeah,
not
here the
an option.
computer says it's winning for black.
Even winning.
Well, after
Yeah.
this move,
Oh,
not if you play.
yeah, that's why I decide. Yeah, then I play this move. I see that. Of course, it's good if I will get 27, but he was still a lot of fighting, and he don't play 22. I don't know. Maybe he don't like this 7-11. Maybe this move. I was not sure. And 47. I think it looks like what? What's the computer here?
Minus 0.2.
Oh.
Slightly better for black.
But I can also wait. I don't need now to go. I don't know why he didn't go. Maybe this variant. I don't know. Maybe so. What's the computer?
Computer says black plays this move,
Oh.
and is almost 1 piece up. Because what's
and
the idea?
then, then attack.
Yeah.
So I say I was not sure.
Okay, so but the idea was that now it's not possible, right? So if you play now this, then of course you
Yes,
can do
yes.
this.
So then why he don't play so like this? No, okay. Then play this. I wait. Yes. And for example, this. Then I attack. If 11-17, I still wait. If 12-17, but this is other position, then I can change. But this I don't know for whom is better. Because he is not many, maybe I organize some attack, but maybe equal. I don't know. But anyway, he tried to, what was game?
8-13.
Yeah. Okay, and that still this is not really clear because yeah, he want to go 24. I don't like to give him 24, but he still try to play for winning. Now I see 17, 22. Maybe 27 is more. What I think it's equal position, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, 22, because this move is better for me, what I calculate. Then I go here, this. Then I win some more tempo, because not now. If I change now, yeah, it's possible, but it's I organize. Huh?
Yeah, here's black to move.
No, my move.
No, you just played this move, and then you try this move.
Yes. If I change now, that's not good because he is the first organized attack with such idea. So then change. That is better for him. You see, every time this position not so easy like looks this 5 against 5, but he didn't play because first I play here. And for example, this is maybe losing because I go here and then I attack, take piece. Just take 1 piece. And if he must move some other piece, then I am first to organize attack. So every tempo very important. So he changed and I go and I don't know if there is draw here.
There was one wrong move.
Yes,
on your
you
side.
see, just one tempo, but very big difference. That's why he didn't play like this.
But here in this moment, despite this move, it's important to play here first, yeah? Not to allow him play here.
Yeah.
What?
You played this move first, but now it allows.
I said,
yeah, okay, you should play this one first.
Yes, okay, of course. This.
But then
Yes,
your line
because
remains.
this, yes.
Yeah.
Probably must be draw some, but doesn't matter. It's better for me already.
Yeah.
So even this position with not much, that's why he plays this. So, and what he did? This move. I was thinking he played two. Yes, this I was not sure what's. Yeah, okay, and this is also was interesting, some interesting moment.
And
Yeah,
what
also, but
what
also
what did
after
you?
14, 19,
Yeah, this move 25.
20.
What? I can win?
After, no, well, it looked interesting at least, or
Mhm.
not. This line looked interesting to us, but
Especially after
Oh.
this move, 14, 18. Yeah? Because we calculated something like this
No,
position.
no. This not good, of course. No. It's not good to calculate.
The computer
Oh.
shows, and we were trying to find it out to the end, and it was good for black.
what was your line? Or because you say
I
it's
don't know.
not. Because first we
I
thought,
have this move. I just simply maybe I said yes. This
first we
change.
thought this idea, but now there's a crazy idea of just playing this,
And we'll give. Oh, yeah.
and
yeah.
then oh, sorry.
I understand. Yes. Okay. Show this. 25-20.
And then
15-10.
yeah, no, it doesn't work.
No, that's.
Of course, the engine showed us this line.
But
Probably.
this line is really interesting after position that we get to.
No, it cannot
Because
be
we-
interesting. It
Oh.
can be only bet. No, probably it's
For
draw.
you. Mhm. It's
Yeah?
a draw, but an interesting one, yeah, after this position. That position. We have to go to 30 and then he goes out. Yeah.
Okay. But maybe I simply miss this move. Maybe it's good always and probably he can. Yeah. Yeah, but okay, he has it. Probably it's not winning because I don't give piece. Okay, I don't know why I don't play. But I think maybe if Rule even didn't see now, but he can see this. This is yeah, that's nice. Yes, maybe I miss it. Always I could do this move. I don't know why I didn't. Strange. Because I didn't expect this.
Yeah,
Really, it was for me a little surprise.
yeah, and you were
And I
already quite
calculate
low on time.
as a move, yes. And this I don't calculate. I don't know why. Strange. But okay, it's still draw.
Yeah, it is.
And in game, in game it's well, how to play here, yeah. Yeah, here I was thinking also about this.
Yes. So now you cannot attack because then you.
Yes,
just
but
don't
but
take
he
in.
wait. Maybe here. It's also a draw. It's not big problem. I didn't see what, and I have not much time, and I didn't see that my position is better. I think not.
So at this moment, still you did want to win this game and you were not satisfied with a draw.
No, I try because in some variant my position better, in some variant not, but yeah, okay. I think I satisfied with this game. The quality of game was good. That I can tell. Yes, important after this move, and after this and this I have not the real tempo. That's bad. And then this piece is going. Yes. So this piece of 50 makes sense of this position. It's not the same like without these details.
Yeah.
It's a big difference. In some variant it's good for me because if I get some endspring, that's one extra piece against extra piece. If some advantage in endspring. But in some variant I must be careful if he is going to. Oh, even so. It doesn't matter. I see this also good.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yes. Yes. So let's make difference. But okay. It was good game. So.
Thank you, Alexander, that especially for me, once I am commenting for the first time this world title match, you brought me the best game, exciting game, the best game of yours. what is your plan for next 2 rounds? You will look for some activity, you will try to find some sharp ideas and to beat Rule, or you will just be waiting till the tie breaks?
It depends of position always, depend of my condition. If I feel well and I like the position, I will play. I like to play. If not, I can also change pieces. Hello, Ron. Rule. Because anyway, I get already so many critique from Netherlands team. I think it was not nice from that side, but okay, they can do what they want. It's their problem, not mine. But if you see on games, I also didn't see that Rule plays so sharp always or do something. But sometimes he speak about me, that I speak not enough sharp, but what is about him? I don't know. So it depends which position will be in my condition. But of course, everybody interested in one more barrage.
Yeah.
Maybe
for
I
sure.
make happy people and we play one more barrage. But of course, it will be very difficult for me. But who knows?
The longer we will play, the more emotions we will have, and everyone wants it. I have finger crossed for you, just to keep it on till Thursday, and I hope that still many interesting things can happen in this match.
We will see. Today, it was game after 3 days, so still I can do something.
Yeah. So we should have more rest days, and then.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. No. Yes. But
Well, I think I can say our viewers really like this this game of today.
yes, I
just
like
as
it. It was a
yourself.
good game and
Yes.
nice.
Okay, thanks a lot again, Alexander, for joining us, and
Yes.
good luck for the upcoming days.
Yeah, have a good rest for the next tournaments. Fingers
I
crossed. and good luck.
earned today one chocolate.
Yes,
okay?
yes, you can take.
Give me the best one.
Yeah.
She's the best one. This is the most deep one. Thank you.
Chocolate is really important for
Yes.
energy, for thinking.
Okay, see you.
Okay,
Let's
See you. It was nice to see you. Good luck.
Yeah. And thank you, Damian, as well. Thanks a lot for joining me. And I can already announce that we will see you back. Not tomorrow,
right.
but the day after. Then for the final regular game, you will join us as well. And as you already mentioned, for tomorrow we will see Natalia Sadowska. So that's also very, very interesting. So to our viewers, I can say join us tomorrow.
Join us tomorrow. Thank you very much once more, and Esther, for inviting me. Of course, just advertising myself once again. If you would like to see some drafts videos, because over 300 videos are already published on my channel on YouTube, Warcaby or drafts, you will find the live games, etc. And thank you again for this day. See you on Wednesday, and good luck tomorrow.
Okay, goodbye, everyone.